Welcome to today's session of Viewer Levels, the first one of 2024. We already have a couple of levels in queue, one from Giant Hairball, one from Ratchet Toad. We'll get to those as quickly as we can. Now, I don't know if you have a particular preference for what you would like to see on this profile today, but Giant Hairball, do let me know. I don't know if this is a new account, because I certainly haven't done any of the ones here from 2022 on. So just let me know if you have something that you would like to see, and we'll bring you in position number 1. And if not, we'll probably start from the bottom up or something. Either climbing the giant beanstalk or into the grinder. We might as well start with into the grinder and work our way up. So don't get chopped up. 17-second record might be something 20-second-ish in length. Let's figure that out. Okay. Into the grinder. Into many grinders by the looks of it from the previous screen. Yeah, it's not 20 seconds, but it is a lot of wall jumping, so we'll do that. Spin jump. Well, I just missed a spin at the end. Maybe the reaction time is a little bit sluggish today. I was playing Maker 1 yesterday on the Wii U gamepad, and I found that my button presses were totally off for some reason. And it wasn't because of latency or anything. I think I was just slow in pressing jump after switching back to that controller for first time in a while. Hopefully not an issue today as we make way across. I think spin jumps are generally going to be a better idea here as we do the wall slides, just given the distances we're working with, but we'll try to keep that in mind. And then, should we? Yes, okay, we can. I feel like we should wall jump off this side first. Then let's be careful here. And then... Oh! Should have done a standard jump and a twirl. I just misestimated the distance. Mario Maker 1 is a classic to you? Yeah, I've been going back to it, or started going back to it, as much as I can this year before the shutdown. And there's no way I'll get everything done that I want to. But I didn't have a capture card back in the Maker 1 era, so I never really got to record anything from it. Ratchet Toad's going to replace? Yeah, that's fine. We will regardless get to use second, whatever that is. Okay, we've done that 50 coin. I've proven that already. Whoop. Hit the corner there, and that cut my momentum in ways I didn't expect. Alright, let's go this way. Oops. And Shishiro, welcome. Glad you could catch me live, since I understand that you can't really catch VODs in Korea. And let's see, here we go. Oh, no. Just try to drop that in. And thank you for the submission. Okay. Coming in a little bit low here. There we go. Oh, this was supposed to be a double twirl here. What a nice full jump. We had done it previously. Okay, let's go down this way. Whoops. The spacing is actually not particularly tight. It's pretty relaxed, but, you know, we're still kind of warming up and getting back into this and trying to estimate our distances a little more accurately. But that's alright, we're just getting started. Aaron BSD, welcome. Thank you for the submission, and for the follow. Now, oh, there we go. And we'll head on this way. Whoops. Yeah, we'll hopefully get to you soon enough. Let's head down. Whoops. Okay, that's feeling a lot better. Not exactly great about consistency, even if the jumps are not themselves that bad. I was doing that one fine earlier. I think I'm actually going a little too high off that wall jump on the left now and bonking my head on the ceiling too early, instead of making it over at the peak of the jump the way I was doing successfully before. So we'll just need to aim that one a little bit better. Yeah, because sometimes it doesn't pay to go too high because you just wind up getting the wrong curve. There we go. Oh, almost. I kind of backed away from the wall a little too soon before hitting the jump button. Yeah, every jump is a little bit different from the last one, which is nice. It's a lot of variety in the design here for something that's really just a kind of single element level. There we go. That's what we wanted. Not going to triple jump this or anything, so... Oh, whoops. Too far to the right on what was actually a very easy trivial jump. But we don't really have time to let that sink. Not by much. So. I keep telling myself we should do spin jumps here just for the lower height, but sometimes we forget. And regardless, we've gotten away with it both ways before, so like that. The spin jump, of course, does preclude you from doing the wall cling, so we have to account for that sometimes. There we go. Now let's up over here, and then what do we have on this side? Oh, should have held into that. It took me a moment to read that. Awesome Lab, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. It's been a while. And let's continue in a moment. Yeah, pretty happy with the pace of progress so far, for sure. A lot of mistakes along the way that we keep repeating, but that's normal. Around here, anyway. Like I always say, one of the things that really separates the elite players in Mario is that they are very consistent learners. They learn how to do something and they kind of get it down into muscle memory and don't fail at it too many times after that. We don't do that here. We run into many obstacles repeatedly. Whoops. Did Maker 1 have winged wheel platforms? I feel like it must have. But a lot of things about Maker 1 fool me when it comes to memory. I'd completely forgotten, for instance, until yesterday, that Maker 1 did not have Maker IDs, because back then everybody used a bookmark site, so we didn't really even realize that there weren't Maker IDs and that we were plugging in level IDs all the time if it came to that. But, yeah, I just completely forgotten that about Maker 1, and there are a lot of differences that you're liable to forget if you haven't played it in some time or done much with it in a while. And Mice Run Fast, welcome. Okay, so here's the spin over the spike tops. That's almost good. We came in a little far to the left that time. Awesome Lab, you did that thing rather, when you took a break from the game for a few months. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. It's going to be Ouija next, according to Mice Run Fast. We'll see if Ouija runs faster. Whoops. We should really spin. I keep telling myself that and I don't do it. But it's partly because the spin throws me off a bit because we lose the wall cling coming out of this one, and so I kind of prefer to standard jump just so we can time the next one better, but I mean, we can still wall jump, obviously. It's just that the descent is a little harder to time from there. You see? Like that. Okay. Up we go. And then we go. Now let's head on. Oh, whoop. Didn't realize I was going to make that at first. Anyway, back to the Ouija board. What fortune will it bring us today? I have no idea how Ouija board readings actually work, and so, you know, if you just shuffled the board and moved things around here and there, it just told me something that was even more complete nonsense than usual, I don't think I'd notice. I mean, I don't know if there are particular internal rules for it, anything, or do you just make it up? Oh, SD lock. Let's, well, we can't go back far enough to reload those, so let's just restart. Yeah, Ouija, I think because it's only spelt with a capital O, is not actually valid in Scrabble. Tactics 47, I was just about to say that about Scrabble right before he came in, too. And, but I don't remember if that's true in Collins. No, I'm pretty sure, because I've looked at all the Collins 5s with J. So I'm pretty sure Ouija is not actually a word you can play in Scrabble, at least in the current editions. But you never know, because it's very often, actually, that even though in Scrabble, technically, according to the box rules, you're not supposed to play proper names or brand names or anything like that, enough brand names have become a generic part of our vocabulary, like Kleenex or FedEx or Google or things like that, that you actually can play them. And when you're first learning the game, there's a particular list you can look at that people have compiled that shows you different brand names that are in fact playable. It's actually fairly entertaining, especially if you ever have an exit in a blank and manage to play Xeroxed. Ouija is good in Collins. Okay, I didn't realize that. I thought I'd looked at all the Collins 5s, but maybe I just got confused. You'd think I would remember that because it's got 4 vowels in it. Anyway, this is what happens when I'm not running the definition bot currently. I could have just checked. Giant Hairball, one of my favorite kind of levels. I generally like a lot of, you know, platforming levels that have a very interesting mechanical concept to them, so there's a lot we can talk about when it comes to level building. I also play a lot of puzzles on the stream, although less so during viewer levels simply because they take quite a bit longer. So we very often do a separate puzzle day. But yeah, I like seeing what kind of tricks people manage to pull in the Maker engine. We're totally going for that. And it's going to be silly. Got it. And we're done.
Yes, I'm a winner.
Okay, thank you for that one. Giant Hairball, feel free to rejoin the queue if you think you can stay longer. And we will go on to Ratchet Toad. Ratchet Toad, I think, just replaced the submitted code, and I believe you are still in chat. Of course, if you would like to confirm your presence, that would be appreciated. But yes, you are here. So let's take a look at what we have here. Power-up swapping mayhem. Hold on to those power-ups you were given, and don't get hit. Let's take a look. Okay, so... Well, these mice aren't really running fast or indeed running anywhere, but I guess we'll play with a cat and then swap to something else soon enough. This tree is telling me something. On-off switch will probably eventually send a spike ball over. And then here's a little thing you do with a cat. You don't really need a cat for that, of course, if you know how to spin high jump. And This is going to send a spike ball over. I feel like because we're a cat, naturally the thing to do is to swat this all day long until we manage to get it out of the way. That's what cats do, isn't it? But I feel like we're supposed to send it up so we can eventually bring it down. No, we'll just take the hammer and we'll blow up the wall that way. So yeah, that's how you know it's a cat mechanic, because you're swatting the balls everywhere. And let's go down. And it looks like, you know, if we hadn't taken this already, we could have switched back to the cat. But here, instead, we'll get some blocks that we can land on. So we can swat this. Oh, let's drop another one. And be pretty careful with the dash button here whenever we're using the hammer. And it looks like we will want to stomp on the on-off switch. Whoops, nope. Hang on. Now, are we locked? Because I think we might be. I mean, we can always just take a death by, you know, just going down here, but it looks like we kind of have to recognize that we're locked unless the pipes send you back to the beginning, which I don't think they do, because the pipes would be two-way and they would send you forward in the other direction if that were the case. That's a bit of a locking mechanism over there. And we'll just let the mice get cleared. Yeah, you like 3D World, and it's an underrated theme. Yeah, 3D World has wonderful mechanics. It's got tons of ideas that are kind of underused. It's sort of too bad that it's only sort of an approximation of the original 3D World mechanics, and some things like the high jump actually operate completely differently. So it very much is its own Mario game that, you know, never really existed in an official form. And you can tell there's a little bit of awkwardness sometimes to how some things like the hammer are implemented. Oh, nope, did it again. Okay. Hang on. Guess we have to take dive. Or just hit restart, for that matter. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that by the time they get to another Mario Maker, that it would be extremely surprising if they launched it without some representation for Mario Wonder. I think that's absolutely an expectation at this point. But let's get up here and see. You know what? We're a cat. We can just climb over it. This is probably the way it was supposed to be done. But, you know, I see cats and I just think, okay, obviously we're going to swat the ball. That's okay. We can afford to lose it here. Yeah, because you could do the whole segment on the left just fine without the cat. It's just that you would have to take damage. And you know what? We could have just gone back here to get more hammers, couldn't we? All this time. Yeah, we could have just gone backwards to get more hammers. So we didn't really need to take the death. So that's not an ST... no, because it's semi-solid. I knew there was some reason I couldn't go back. It's this semi-solid here. It would have been a little more graceful if this did not kind of lock you one way and you could go back to get the hammer, even if you did have to work for it for quite some time. We can also use the hammer to just block this thing, but we'd have to block the pipe that is coming in from, not that one. Hang on. Because then it's not so much of a timing challenge as long as we... Oh, nope. Blew it. Okay. Well, we can still do it. Except we're trapped here now because we're underneath. So that's too bad. So it does lock you in any number of ways in that segment. I feel like that segment is maybe not as forgiving when it comes to different ways you can fail, and I don't know how much of that was really kind of intended or foreseen in advance. Let's swat that, switch to the hammer. Okay, let's go back. And then, after swapping out of this, we'll... Oh, no. Hang on. Let's just grab this first. Or we could have just grabbed it, and then we don't need to spawn it in advance. Here's the thing about the hammer, is that once does that initial strike after we... Nope. Nope. Oh, that's okay. We can still do this. No, we can't because the hammer... Alright, I guess we can't. 3 minutes, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Okay, let's go over here. And we'll just speed ahead here. That's actually a much more efficient way of doing that. Instead of trying to take that patiently. So I think we should be blocking off the spike ball if we can, but the problem with that is very, very easy to just drop the block. Oh, no, and really do have to spawn it first. Strike. Go down here. Hang on. Okay. Oh, nope, now we're trapped. That's too late. Yeah, this is what we wanted to go for, so I could just hit this whenever I wanted, but then we're trapped again, so. Captain Napalm and Koops Trooper, hope you're doing well. And 2024 has been going well. I mean, we haven't seen very much of it yet. But no serious predicaments as yet, so... Oops, that's fine, we'll just run through it. We don't actually need it. There we go. Yeah, we can just rush through that, if we prefer. Okay, now this bit over here. A little bit of a trap in multiple ways. But I wish there were an option for getting out of trouble once you do that. Okay, so now that's good. Now we can take our time lowering the donut blocks so we can get back out. Now we've finished that. That should take us over to the door by the checkpoint, so let's not instinctively go to the menu to restart, unless of course we get locked. Back to the cat. I suppose this is supposed to be the cat climb here. And then we'll just dive over. Yeah, the cat diving and canceling mechanics are actually a lot of fun, but it's very difficult for levels to communicate where they're necessary. So it's one of those things, like with the Cape Feather in Super Mario World, where either you know the technique or you don't. So this is a bit of an issue that we would need to eventually get back through these donut blocks. I think we just need to... Yeah, because I feel like the spikes here are specifically there as a kill box in case you need to restore a checkpoint. It's a little bit inelegant, to be honest, because you'd have to wait for that anyway. But then you basically fish out the boomerang and you come out here, and so it is a bit of a time challenge here. Let's drop both blocks in a staggered fashion. Whoop, nope, that's gonna be too late. That's gonna be too late. Nope. Too late. Yeah, not too fond of things like this. I know that it's built on top of a different part of the level, but even if it were just a death trap where you fall into a pit or something and die instantly, that would be better. Or have a crush block. Although without tracks in 3D World, it's a little harder to set up. But maybe a conveyor and blaster crushing mechanism or something. But even so, I find that generally... so what we call SD locks or self-destruct locks, where you have to kind of recognize that you can't continue, and then you have to, as the player, take action to revert to checkpoint. Those always feel a little bit like a design oversight in many level formats, so... Okay. No, you see, because it's really easy to get a wall cling as a cat here instead of dropping down, so... We have to go fast. Yeah, I mean, it's very clear that that's a time challenge right there, but it's still not ideal. So we just survive here. I mean, I'm sure the design intention was that you survive this using a boomerang, but we're not going to do it that way, apparently. Oh, nope. Key was active, we just missed a box. That's okay. Squink, welcome. And... Alright, let's go over here. And just swat this again and again. Then, yeah, we'll ground pound cancel after to do this quickly and get back out just in time. Yeah, we really should be maybe blocking off one pipe. Oh no, we can't. We're standing on a slope, so we can't do that. Oh, that's not working. Yeah, the method I had previously was fine. We should have just kept it. Using the boomerang to clear some of the space would have been better, of course, but we'll do it this way. Oh, here we go. And then, there's a boomerang. It is a boomerang check. So yeah, this is another issue here, is that, you know, basically you come out of the previous room not knowing how much of a hard requirement there is to keep the power up. And so when you come into this room, it's sort of a surprise if you don't have either the boomerang or, for that matter, the cat. Not that you can use the cat at that point. And you sort of run into this instead. Because it's kind of like it's hiding some information for you. Unless, of course, you could reverse through that pipe up above or something. I kind of feel like in that room, you know, one interesting change would potentially be to have a boomerang spawn from... no, the spike ball's already spawning from the pipe, so I guess you can't do that. But if you had something like a second pipe that spawned a boomerang up top, so that it's a bit of a challenge to get a new boomerang, but at least you can still do it. In general, I find that's maybe a little better approach to design, where you know, you have some kind of second chance mechanic. Oh, no, there we go. But that you have to work for it. Instead of just realizing, whoops, I guess we misread the requirement and we just have to die. Because I kind of feel like when there is a power-up requirement, you should see it before you get into something like a door or a warp block, so it doesn't hit you by surprise on the other side. And it's not clear to me that it is a no-hit level, because the thing is, there were plenty of segments with the cat, for instance, where we could hit ourselves just fine and get away with it. So it's not clear to me at all that it should be a no-hit level. Because there are definitely things that you can do from getting hit, right? And so it's not something that the level has managed to communicate. Anyway. Now, let's see here. Okay, let's go. And let's go this way. Anyway, we have to boomerang this time. And then we'll just hit this instead. Yeah, the thing is, if it is a level where you're definitely going to fail if you ever lose the power-ups, to me that's not clear from the current design. Whoops. That was a mistake. It's okay, we have a checkpoint. Okay, we'll do this instead. And then, sure, that'll work. Why don't we reverse it like this? Oh. Nope. It's trying to do it the other way. And that's okay, we'll figure this out. Oh, whoops. Stood there a little too long here. Nope. We'll get it. Eventually. Well, that could have gone a little more elegantly, but we'll try it again. Yeah, this little reversal here catches me off guard all the time. Whoops. Much better. That's a lot better, actually. And then we will just send one through here. Wait, what's this up here? Oh, that's just a depth spike. Okay, yeah. Okay, I was trying to reverse it through here, but we'll go here instead. And that'll work. And now, that's going to be hitting that on the way over. That's fine. That works well enough. Now, what's this guy doing here? I hope we didn't need him for something. Okay, that's fine. Then, I guess here we're supposed to deflect. But we'll have to do it a little more accurately than that, or just deflect this way and climb. Then, this is going to be going through the cat. Something is going to fire at me, and I have to figure out what. Just bullets. Okay, that's not too bad. Alright. That's not a problem, and I guess we have to go down and back up from here. It's not clear to me which side we have to climb in from. Oh. Okay, that was pretty close. Yeah, so from the camera position here, I guess maybe we were supposed to see it when we went down for coin 2, but it wasn't clear to me, even going down this far, that we could, in fact, still go up from the left side rather than the right. So it's a bit of guesswork on my part, but we made it. Anyway, I guess this is just a lot of bouncing with the cats. Let's see what else it could be. So, oh, oops! I forgot that you can't twirl with the cat because, of course, it gets you into the dive. So I thought, oh, we'll just do a little twirl there and adjust our position. Nope, it doesn't work that way. Little bits of a flub over there. Okay. There we go. That's a lot more. Oh, didn't expect that. A second deflection once again. Catching me off guard. Let's just throw from here. That's going to be a lot cleaner. Oh, nope. Okay, so much for the boomerang. And I guess we just have to... Yeah, that's the thing, is that because there's no pit here either, we have to die at checkpoint the slow way. I mean, one way to avoid just having... Even if you wanted the player to basically self-destruct away out of an unwinnable situation, which honestly I don't see the point of in a checkpoint room. Like, I don't really see why that improves anything on just spawning a boomerang. The way to do it would be to at least have like one blue spike and one red spike, so one's available at all times. But the thing is, you know, you're respawning from this location anyway. There's no reason why you can't just pick up a boomerang from the pipe, I think. Because the only thing it affects is the death counter and the inconvenience for the player. I guess it maybe affects people in Endless who actually care about their lives, but I never actually play Endless, so I don't tend to think too hard about that consideration. Let's hit accurately. There we go. Okay, that breaks open. Now let's not make the same mistake with the cat. And then, up we go. Then... Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, I don't see what the restriction on only having one attempt for a lot of things actually adds to the level. Unless it's there to just basically, you know, inconvenience people who are counting their lives in Endless. I mean, that's fair, but realistically, what happens is, you know, when people see things like SD locks, they're likelier to skip. It's not a difficult level by any means, it's just that there are definitely things that can inconvenience you if you're not careful. It's telling me to dive into it, but I don't see why I can't just swat. Oh, that's why you can't just swat. Okay. Okay, that's why you can't. I guess we will have to take the death here. Yeah, because I guess you're expected to dive into it so you can auto-climb out of it, and that would be a more convenient way to do it. We don't follow instructions around here, so. Bonafide Pirate, welcome. If you're new to the stream, you'll recognize that is a bit of a recurring theme here, that we don't follow instructions. Okay, let's... Oops. Okay, do we need... Yeah, we do need a boomerang in this room. Because long jump's not going to hit. It would be funny, though, if... Actually, no. If we went right off the edge, long jump probably would hit. But then we'd have problems after that. Because, yeah. So, let's just do it this way. Okay. Oh, nope. I guess that's it. Unless we can salvage it somehow. Well, let's see. This is breaking open, and then... No, we still need to boomerang at this location, so... That will not work. It's alright. Then we'll let us back out. Okay, and it's not quite entering that pipe. That's good. Then let's not miss this time. I totally think... Oh, too close to the wall that time, and it just deflected behind me. Totally think long jump actually would theoretically work there if you went right off the ledge, but you probably shouldn't try it while a better option exists. Okay. Stuff like that. Just in time. Then, it's going to go. That's just a little boomerang check there. Then we'll just refresh this over here, and then turn down this way. And yeah, sure, let's just wait this one out just to be absolutely safe. And we'll continue this way. Anyway, this time we'll not be too silly about dive. We'll actually do it as intended, perhaps, and get the cat climb out of there. And then exit. Imagine that, doing things a sensible way. You know what? We will, of course, come up here. Check the tree. And there we go. Thank you for that. Yeah, the challenges themselves are fairly gentle. I just think that in most cases the power-up requirement is not really that well communicated, and that's something that is often an issue for power-up dependent designs that only give you one shot, right? Like that. If you're going to insist on killing the player, it's better for the level to do it in a way that's a little more direct, rather than having a lot of situations where the player says, whoops, I lost a power-up, I guess I should sit on the spike for a while and rethink my life. But thank you so much anyway. That was still pretty enjoyable. Sushiro, let's get you in. And let's see what's new. Yeah, hopefully things are working well on the technical side tonight. In terms of the viewing and listening experience. The Sun Song from Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time from your level in the Korean account. You'll have to send us what your maker code in the Korean account. I mean, I don't know how identical things are, but anyway, thank you for sending me this upload. Let's dive in and see how it looks. Sun's Song of Exorcism. Looks like there's going to be some darkness here, which we can look forward to because, as many of you know, Sushiro recently created this amazing dark level with the Mission Impossible theme for 8MMC. Ratchet Toad, you're welcome to send me a getting over it level, but I don't necessarily guarantee that I will clear it. It depends on, how far I get and how much we enjoy the design. We've definitely played some on the stream before, but how long I stick with it depends on how interesting I find it, so. Okay, so I guess we should just hit the POW and open the gate, and we'll just lead the Boos out of here. Love the sound design in this one already. Anyway, and that is the Sun Song, and look at that, sunlight. Very nice. Not even an angry sun. Anyway, I'm going to come down here, and yes, the sunlight is going to make all the spirits disappear. Because you have successfully exorcised them. So this basically shows you the concept in the level, and then I guess we should blow this up and whoops, grab the key. Got a couple of different keys here. Yeah, so this is basically like a spirit temple. Then we should, in fact, use the arrow shot here. Oh, that's going to be a problem. We have another Master Sword, though. And then we'll just grab the one down here. And so, yeah, it is actually a key-based entity trick, it seems. Notice that there are no locked doors in this level, so we basically removed the keys from the board purely to unplug the entity limit, which is a really interesting use of keys in a level that has no key doors. Notice how there was a bombable location in the previous room as well that I missed, but I think that's because you need the spirits to go away first, and then you can go back and unplug it. So you play the Sun Song, and then now you're able to get there, because until that point, you can't really get the bomb on the ledge. Even if you, try to shoot it or something, you can't actually deflect it there quickly enough. So that's how that gate control works. You see the muncher out of that red pipe, that is an entity-based mechanism right there. To change the state here as you progress. So anyway, looks like here we're probably supposed to hit the POW. Except the blaster is in the way. But if you shoot that accurately, then you are able to do what? You'd have to place the blaster over here and freeze it. Except, it doesn't look very cooperative. Possibly you need to reset if it gets stuck. I feel like you might need to, unless you have a way to enter a pipe. I think we have to move the blaster. And if you're coming in from here, you have to go back to the side to... Yeah, you have to go to the lower level, in fact, to get it into the correct position. And then... no, you should move it up. And over. And then you should get it to drop into this location from down below. And then you detach it. Good. Then, well, I mean, at this point, we should just grab another Master Sword. And this guy's still very much in the way, so... Nope. The effects work is really nice here. In terms of setting atmosphere. Anyway, let's turn on the sun. Lights on. Play the song. On we go. Okay. Alright, it looks like it's going to be... Well, I mean, if there's fire that's going to spawn on top of the ice coin blocks, and the coins are going to drop on top of the note blocks and activate something once the ice melts. So... Bravo... Oh, well, you could just bomb them too, but... That looks like it's what you are actually supposed to do. And then it's going to beep at you. Because it's just a note blocks playing the note. Oh, stand out of the way there. And then that will give me a vine to climb over here. And then once we turn on the sun, this blaster will go down, and then we'll be able to exit out the right side. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a problem. We're going to get bombed. But that's okay. That's expected. And we'll get the Triforce, so it doesn't really matter in the end. However, what's up here? I think that's just open. Alright, that's fine. We'll go for the flag and... Really? Nothing? Okay. Yeah, actually nothing, so GG. Anyway, really great idea, and the rooms individually definitely packed a ton of content into this concept. So thank you so much for that one. Very atmospheric. You see, once you play enough Shushiro, you learn to start looking forward to dark levels. And I played many of your Zelda dungeons before as well, so it's kind of nice to see a lot of those ideas put together. Let's see who's next. Aaron BST, if you are still here, we will bring you in right away. I don't see him on a chat list. They may very well have dropped, but I will see because he last was in a chat about 10 minutes ago. But the list after Aaron BST, if he is no longer here, is going to look like this. And we'll just rotate to Awesome Lampin next. So I think he has dropped, so we will remove. Puzzle time, looking forward to that. I have to get back into Maker 2 Puzzle Brain here after having done a whole bunch of Maker 1 screens yesterday. Breaching containment puzzle. Like walls will stop you. Okay, first one of the day. Breaching containment puzzle. Actually, first one in Maker 2 of the year. Alright. Who's in the ring? Door on the right. And then, yeah, so this tells you that it's built on the half screen. Nothing built on the top half, so the camera is constrained. At least it seems so. And then what we will do is see how we're going to get to the key door. I don't know if I should have instinctively just gone for the helmet first. Perhaps we can bump this up and grab it. This being Super Mario World, this will give me access to an up throw to the on-off switch. But then we will need something that will allow me to hit this question block after that. So up throw will toggle the on-off switch. But perhaps we should do other things with this while we still can. Like, for example, using the spring to hit that instead, so we can hit the question block from the side. So, oops. Okay. Then let's hit over here. That gives me the key. We will, of course, grab that into the next room, just in case. And Marquis to S. Welcome. Alright. Breaching containment, well, we know that we can breach containment this way. And we still are scroll locked on the right side because there's nothing here. And we know that there's the bomb that was on the other side here as well. So we have the shell, we have the P-switch, let's get them both over so we just have all the pieces we can. Although, having obtained the shell, that just means that the shell in this room isn't spawning at its usual location. That's fine. That means that we just still have access to it to grab another high spring. We can. Well, obviously the way to progress through this is to get the P-switch down in there. The P-switch will then give me a P-block to go through the door, so maybe we should just do that. Because why not? Possibly, though, I wonder if we'll need to bring a spring through with us. Doesn't matter. Let's take a shell through first and see what it is. How is in the next room? Okay, this is important. It tells me that the POW is in the next room. And that... yeah, I'm just looking at this. Oh, right, because we need something to break the door going towards it. So this just gives you a bit of a preview. The thing that you need to break... well, it'll be using the bomb for sure. So we need to figure out how to get to the bomb. And one way to do that is to... well, first of all, I wonder if we should take the spring over to the next room instead. The shell. Because then we will have access to all three objects. We would anyway, I think, but let's check over here. I don't know if the on-off switch state matters at the moment, but... yeah, so we know there's going to be the POW in this location and the muncher. We know that we need to destroy the hard blocks once we get the bomb. The problem is getting that far. I suppose if you manage to deflect the shell down to the question block, like you hit the P-switch, fire the shell, deflect the shell down to the question block, if that even works. No, the angle's totally wrong. But if you had an active P-switch while you were swapping rooms, then I wonder what that does. Because you'd have access to another P-switch. Because there's no way I'm going to make this jump over, right? Let's drop this in case we need it. Maybe I'm supposed to jump on the spring over. I feel like I'm supposed to do that, in fact. Let's hit this anyway, just to see what it is. Then, over here. No, that's not gonna work. We need to maybe throw something at the bomb. To displace it? No, can't be. Or maybe we need... okay, that's going to be a vinyl course because it's a block that will get replaced. Well, we've been shown the preview room. The only thing the door is good for here is to show you the preview room of the POW being available in the next room. Notice, too, that it's possible to reverse through here if you want. Do I like these kinds of levels? Yes, I do. Very much so. So you're welcome to send me some as well. So if we hit a P, I wonder if it's possible to deflect a shell over to the question block. Or maybe it seems like, you know, this is supposed to send the spring over and then you have something to jump on the way over. Where it could fire something at you and then you... that seems a little execution dependent. But I think if you hit a P-switch and then you fire the shell, then perhaps the spring is going to sit on top. I think we need to try it before we theorize a way through it. It's going to give me a shell. We take the shell through. Might as well just hit the P-switch, just to test things out here. Because what if you send a shell this way? Yeah, I was hoping to bounce it. I feel like it is doable, in fact. We stand a little differently. Then the idea is then to give yourself something that you can jump over with a P-jump, for instance. No. But. So the idea I have right now is to find some way to hit this from above. And then, if you look at a spring, it's not going to land nearly where I need. Let me think about this. Now, if that doesn't land anywhere near where I need, then perhaps what we need to do is just leave things in the off state for a moment. Spring through instead. There might be something in the next room. Now that we know that it's going to be a Pow and a Muncher in the next room, there might be something there that we haven't really figured out as well. But obviously the step here is to try to get to the bomb. Maybe we should go back through the initial reset pipe. Maybe there's some purpose why we would want to do that. Obviously the way to improve this first room from our position is to have the P in it, and basically have the equivalent position plus P. But at the moment it's not quite clear to me. Well, anyway, yeah, because we need to bridge this huge gap, and the only thing I could think of is if you had a spring in the middle, and then something on top of that, like, you know, if you threw this, it would totally bounce off of that. That's... But I wonder if you did a soft drop. If you could have spring plus P over this, for instance, over this block. Anything that bounces on it would still get trapped under the one-way panel, so that's not going to work. How do we brace ourselves, or have some other way to, you know, create a passage that goes to the bomb? Well, let's redo this. Anyway, this is going to show you once again how the locking mechanism is going to go. Go through the door. Oh, we never actually went into this. I just assumed the whole... Oh yeah, that's just a reset. Okay. Because you can place a P here and go back into the first room. That might be significant. Because that's one thing we definitely haven't tried, and the fact that it's a one-tile placement heavily suggests that that's a possibility. Okay. So we'll take a P back and we'll go through the door. And we might want to go through the door with some other object that we're holding, so we should take the P, take the shell, and make sure we just have everything available. Like this, for instance. Because that way we can step on top of the P and carry another object through with us. Like the spring, in the event that we would need it. Because maybe a spring allows you to jump into the center of the boo ring, and jumping into the center of the boo ring allows you to progress in some fashion. If there's a... Oh, yes, because of the camera movement. I forgot about that. Yeah, no, I completely forgot that the... Yeah, because this is actually the first time we've seen that rooms 1 and 2 were docked next to each other like that. Okay, so that's obvious now. I completely forgot that you would have this column have the scroll lock for the camera movement there on the left. Okay, that's the easy thing. So now we have to take the bomb back to the other room and do it quickly. So if we want to do it quickly, we want to hot potato it over to... Oh, no, I made a mistake. Hang on, let's do it again. That's okay, we'll take this with us. We don't actually need a spring then, we just need to re-enter with a P, and then we take the bomb and we hot potato across. It will have to be in this door. Yeah, we'll just run down to this door and then go across. Okay, that's actually pretty straightforward. We just completely forgot about the scroll over here, so this was just staring at me in the face the whole time, and then... Oh, too long, too long. No, not gonna make it. Let's do it again. And okay, we'll just need to be a little more precise about this. hot potato it over here. That'll prolong the bomb, and then we get over here. And in the next room we have Pow and Muncher. Pow is going to get rid of the Muncher. Not that we need to do that because the Muncher is only blocking door. We will need to do that to go back, yes. And that goes back to the P-block door that's in the middle. Well, we'll have to do it, but Spring plus Pow would allow you to go back through the first door. Here. And then that would move the scroll further. But let's take a look at this. Yeah, no, that's what it is. We need a Spring in that room. Because Spring plus Pow allows you to reverse through the first door and move the scroll. And I think that should probably be the way to do it, because then you have the room after this one, so this room here, displaced such that the left side wall here is going to be the new left side of the screen. Let's just go back. It's not the P that we need the Spring. So, grab that. It'll be Spring plus Pow in that room. Yeah, we did a co-op puzzle a little while ago that was pretty much the same scrolling concept, and it's one of the really nice things that you can do in Maker 2 and not in 1 as well, since Maker 2 introduced the scroll locking mechanic. And here we go. So now we see our passage to the goal. I think that might actually be it. Okay, that's it. Short and sweet. It took me too long to see the obvious thing. But I guess you have to check that spot to have it be explicitly clear that the opening screen and the first puzzle room are linked side to side like that, although I guess it becomes a sensible thing to suppose. Just a bit of a blind spot for much too long. Alright, thank you for that awesome lamp. Let's move on to Mice Run Fast. And Mice Run Fast is, of course, still present. Inertia. I'm an object in motion. I've lost all emotion. Dedicated to Mr. All Games all day, also a great Maker streamer. Look at that, Meng is sitting on this one with the record. Okay. 10 over here. And we're looking at over here. That's inertia for you. Oh, I suppose if the thwomp is over here, then what we're supposed to do is spin... Oh, whoops. Well, I mean, we don't need to do that. That's just there to... let's think about this. I'm totally misreading something very simple here. So, this shows you thwomp mechanic like this, and you gain some spin jump height off the thwomp, right? Like that. Then we have another seesaw over here. Bomb and thwomp over there, and then once the thwomp is in position over here, it will allow you to spin up to the spiny. Now, and then if you lower the muncher below the icicle, that is what triggers the mechanism. Okay? And then we get up here. And it's going to be a bit of a climb. Wow, we're nowhere close to that. Don't know if it's doable yet. We might have needed to grab this, in fact. But... oh, okay, and it springs you up like that. Interesting. That's just a reset door in case it breaks. Anyway, speaking of getting over it, gives you a bit of a preview for what to expect. And yeah, awesome lamp, more puzzles are always welcome. So. Anyway, we did the switch state here, which allows me to grab the spring. There we go. Big thanks to the Thwomp. We will, of course, go back for that 30 coin because, you know, why not? Just to show that off. Then, over here... Guess we'll have to go up this way. Then it's going to be another Thwomp here once we get rid of guys down below. Looks like we have to jump down there. Pop this. Now that gives you a clear passage. Oops. Then, oh, let's not ram into that guy. It's not yet. Anyway, that's going to give you passage over here. But you would basically need to spin on top of him going this way. Go up. Probably as he's heading over. There we go. Thank you so much for the follow. And for this mission from Lion1014. We'll hopefully get to you before too long. Anyway, this is going to be a state switch to Tilt the Seesaw, and then the Thwomp is going to give us something else. Let's move him over here. That'll reverse his movement over to the coins, which is expected, and then that way we'll be able to progress on this side. Definitely not chasing Meng's speed record the way we're playing this, but we'll take it. Anyway, here's the goal. I guess the Thwomp is going to send me way up. Then... nope. Bad idea. I knew I was going to run into trouble. Thank you so much for the follow. Well, that's okay. It just means that we will have to do everything quickly. That was a very bad call. And Noetti, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Okay. That's okay. We know all the solutions at this point, so we'll just execute them somewhat cleanly. Then it's going to be Thwomp down here. Get this. Amazing how different the level feels when you actually play it, you know, not at a plodding pace. Let's go down here. Then, yeah, here we do kind of need to carefully make our way across. This is maybe the riskiest jump up to this point. Not too bad, of course, but... Well, oh, whoops, just slipped right off the corner. I really enjoyed the final level, but that's because I have always been a big believer in what 3D Mario started back in Galaxy 2 in terms of doing the big final exam challenge. In fact, you know, the Wonder level in comparison is very gentle in terms of its checkpointing. That's what they started doing with Odyssey as well. They started really kind of nerfing the final levels in terms of the endurance challenge. I did have to do it twice because the first time I missed a flag. And that was definitely a bit of a streamer moment there when I did that. But the thing is, it tells you that the level is kind of easily learned in a way that after failing to grab the flag the first time and working on the level for about an hour or so, possibly more, the second attempt went really smoothly and didn't take too long to put together. So I thought it was one of the stronger parts of Wonder, to be honest. Yeah, I enjoyed Wonder a lot. It's something that I do want to sort of try in local co-op at some point, because I feel like for the last few games, you know, NSMP Wii and U definitely shined the most from that experience. 3D World to some extent as well, although 3D World I also love solo. I feel like Wonder needed more late game content, actually. Because it's one of the things where, as with Odyssey, and I've talked about this before, that it's structured in such a way that if you're an advanced player, you can access sort of intermediate content earlier in the game, because the overworld design branches out so quickly and gives you so many alternate pathways. But it doesn't mean that because you have 6 total worlds, that as a result you just have the 6 special levels, plus, you know, the other things that are on top of that I don't want to spoil too much for people who haven't played it. But, you know, between those and just some of the bash challenges, it feels like it needed a little more content on the top end. And that's the same thing I felt about Odyssey as well, that, you know, Odyssey is also a game that kind of lets you really choose your difficulty as an experienced Mario player throughout, but then it feels like it kind of thins out by the time you get into more challenging content, which is not a problem that 3D World had, because 3D World like really kind of packed into post-game, right? And just gave you tons of stuff to do. So, because I feel like a lot of the concepts in Wonder were great concepts that were in some ways underexplored. Once you have seen how much potential there is in them, you realize, wow, I really wish there were some kind of additional challenge with this. And the few times that Wonder does this with repeating a concept in a more challenging environment, it did that really, really well. So, and yeah, Noati, I mean, you know, it'll come back to you. I feel like we're supposed to spin. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you spin and then you get launched into the spin like that, which is quite nice. We're going to miss the top anyway, but there we go. D2 Mask, welcome. I played 3D World on the Wii U and Switch. I originally played it on Wii U entirely in co-op, and I mean like 100% in co-op, including Champions Road. And then I played it solo again on Switch many years later. And yeah, I absolutely love 3D World. It's one of those games where, you know, it seems better and better over time, which is kind of unusual among video games. Alright, thank you so much for that one. And Noati, you need to lurk and learn more of that level? Yeah, I mean, apply all the concentration you need to make that happen. And good luck with that, and tell us when you're done. Captain Napalm 69, you are definitely here, so let's bring you in. And yeah, Mice, thank you so much for that. Mice may run fast, but I ran at level fairly slowly. But we made it, so. Captain Napalm, we want to play Hit the Floor. 1 minute, you're on top, the next you're not. Watch it drop. Looks like a lot of on-off switching. And we'll have to be careful around with some of these piranhas. Okay, bit of a slight precision element to this, so we'll just drop like that. I think that's probably the way to do it, is we hug the wall whenever we can to drop safely. Now this one will have to fall in here, but then it's going to be not too tight. It's not too bad. We just go over here. Icicle drop, and then we have to land on top of the blaster to hit the on-off switch. I don't know what my landing point is after that because I can't see it. My only concern. I can't actually see where to aim on the camera. Okay, I guess that gives us enough information and just enough time only for me to fail a very simple jump. Yeah, we'll fall in like that. Fall in like that. It's the easiest to approach it. With the kind of distances we're dealing with, let's be a little more finessed about jumps like that one. That's a little better. Okay, and then let's not fail this one this time. Needs to control that jump a bit better. This one, over to the blue block, over to the on-off switch, and then down to the red. Okay. That's fine. This one's going to be a little tight. There we go. And And then here, after we bop the Muncher, we need to really kind of make it a step at a time and not trip up too much. Now, I can't quite see what's on top of the Goomba stack here. I assume it's going to be a Wiggler over to Goomba, but we can stay on the Wiggler for as long as we want to read this. One Goomba over to the on-off switch. Second Goomba over to the Wiggler and over to the red block. Whoops, completely missed something. It's very simple there. And Mac the Catagen, welcome. I don't know if I pronounced that the way you would like, but correct me as necessary. And yeah, welcome to the queue. Let's not fail the easy stuff. And I can just call you Mac. Yeah, it works for me. Whoops. Okay, let's not rush this. We know we can play this easily when we do it carefully, so. I'm not a precision player at all, but these margins are actually pretty generous. It's quite doable, even if we, you know, just pay attention here. I got quite far previously. It's usually something simple that's causing the mess. Alright, let's go this way. I only just realized we're 2 1-up mushrooms there. Previously I thought it was just 1. That was a little slow. That's alright. Yeah, I slipped up a little bit as we were landing on the blaster. We previously weren't even really thinking about that spot because it didn't seem like it was going to be a problem, but let's go back. Oh, whoops. Just overcommitting a little bit here. And we'll fix it. Okay, just need to control the jumps a little bit better. It's usually not going to require some kind of full jump, and in fact would punish you for trying that. Just control, and control, and then here we go. This will be very much a full jump. Then we'll just curve around one obstacle at a time. Switch over here. Do kind of need to scroll into the camera a bit, and then that's good. We kind of lost momentum on this. I feel like that's a bad idea, but yeah, we definitely needed some forward momentum from the Wiggler before we tried that. It took me a moment to realize it. And it's going to be on the on-off switch over that, and we'll drop through that location and just kind of read it as we go. Yeah, we can't really come to a dead stop like that, because that would just cause too many issues. I wonder if I could reach the Wiggler going backwards at that point just to fix that, but we'll think about that when we get to it. Whoop. Dying did really easy stuff. Wow. The Matrix Jumper, welcome. And thank you for the submission. Oh. Letting up a little too much now on some of the simple things. And let's go. Okay. Let's move up this way. Whoops. Forward. There we go. Much better. We should probably trust the coins. Yeah, good idea to trust the coins. Okay, the visibility here was actually pretty good. Now, though, we have a bit of a problem, in that we need to curve our way down. Probably just fall into it, I think. Oh, too soon. Yeah, you just start on the left, gain a bit of momentum, fall into it, jump towards the on-off switch. It's not too bad. And here we go. And this is the first time I've seen a Kaizo. Oh, I don't know. I think I know there's a lot of slipperiness to terminology, but usually when people talk about Kaizo, they talk about much more continuous movement where there's no safe spot to land. This is closer to what I usually hear described as precision, although most people who say precision mean something that's like much tighter in terms of margins and spacing. But, you know, the idea of kind of patiently looking at the next gap and just thinking about how to engage with the gap, like this style is much closer to what precision players typically do. Except this is much less difficult than what precision experts are used to. I don't particularly like that style myself, but this one, it feels like the margin is very appropriate. But yeah, like I said, there's a great deal of variation to how people use the terminology. The word Kaizo came from a Japanese Super Mario World hack called Kaizo Mario World from a long time ago, which had a lot of things like, you know, invisible blocks that you bonk your head on, hence the term Kaizo blocks, other such things. But that was kind of, you know, prehistory of the modern ROM hack scene. And it was really just during Maker 1 that the term caught on in a new way, and I think... yeah, nowadays, I think a lot of people... whoops, let's gain some momentum and get and redo this. I'm glad you can go back to the Wiggler to redo it. Feels nice that way. Yeah, you see, you know, some people just referring to harder continuous platforming as Kaizo Light, for instance, which... I mean, I guess as long as people understand what you're talking about. Whoops. That should have been a full jump. I dropped out of it too soon. Did a bit of a tap jump there, which was a mistake. Personally, I don't really... I'm not particularly fussy about, you know, genre terminology and such. I think in some ways... Mario Maker has become a little too tied to genre expectations, and you don't see people sort of experiment as much outside of those boundaries anymore. But it's okay, whatever, you know, allows people to communicate clearly about what their level styles are like and what they prefer to play or make. Whoops. Anyway. And Sungold, welcome. Thank you for submitting. So, for those of you new here, I do almost always get through everybody who successfully enters their level in the queue. Past a certain point, I am going to close to new submissions, but we usually stay on for several hours after that just to play everything we can. As long as you're able to stay, because sometimes the wait can be a little bit long if you're, you know, 10 positions back or something. So... could be a long wait, but if you go AFK for a while or watch another stream for a while, that's perfectly acceptable, as long as you're here when it is your turn. So, and at any given time, you know, the link that actually has the queue on it will give you an accurate picture of how much longer it is before yours. Whoops, we need to come to a dead stop there. We were doing it right earlier, and we're messing up now. Yeah, Document is kind of like intro precision almost, which I like much better than sort of actual 0.05% precision. But, welcome, Document. Okay. Anyway, let's go over here. Oh, whoops. I was kind of expecting to come to that dead stop, we just hadn't made the landing yet. And Ratchet Toad, you made a level called Kaizo Wall Jumps, and you don't know if it's Kaizo or just normal wall jumps? Yeah, I mean... like I said, it doesn't really matter. Sometimes, you know, basically there's enough variation to how people use some of the terminology that I'd never know whether to take it seriously until I actually played a level. So. Okay, let's see. Okay, good. That's a solid landing that time. Now we need to fall in and then do this jump accurately after we slide. Yeah, it's probably the low ceiling that's tricking me out into letting go of the jump button too soon, because I definitely should be holding a full jump into that. I think I'm probably dropping too early simply because, you know, I see a low ceiling and muscle memory just takes over. Even though it's a safe ceiling. Just has on-off switches on it. I guess when I see something like that, I don't typically hold a full jump into it, right? Whoops. Oh, that's a mistake. Little back off on the on-off block to get a bit more speed. Yeah. And yeah, Donkeyman, I agree with that. That it is very approachable. Because it feels like it's under your control, right? Like there's nothing that feels like I'm wiping against because there's any element of precision that I don't have much control over. I know that people who actually do play really seriously hard precision, you know, they understand all their pixel level lineups and all that, and have nice enough displays to see that accurately. And they have certain techniques that are worked out so that they are consistently good at that style. But I find that when I play something like that, it feels very often just like a roll of the dice as to whether I'll get through a certain slot. This one, everything's controllable. It's clearly my fault whenever I fail something, and it's my fault in an avoidable way, like that. Can I keep the momentum a Bonafide Pirate into the last jump without stopping on a block first? That's a good question. Let's... Yeah, I see what you mean, because I probably am losing too much momentum going into the ice segment, aren't I, as I fall into that. And part of that is because, you know, I'm kind of doing a little bit of a camera check every time as I move down in that column. Where I'm always kind of adjusting to a change in my field of vision. Okay. Feels like it probably should be something continuous, but we'll get back there and see. Because it does look like I'm going through even the first ice segment a little too slowly for comfort. Perhaps not making it far enough on the on-off switch jump. Okay. We'll see. That's a lot better, actually. And then we needed to curve around, which I failed to do, but... Yeah, that's a lot better. I think it's easier to do that if you see it coming, whereas... if you don't see it coming, definitely my instinct is to stop there and just kind of see what's going on as I'm scrolling down. Definitely the camera there is affecting my judgment, for sure. I think there's no doubt of that. Whoop. Just a little off. Then go up this way. Oh, no, we needed more momentum. Then stop. And then we'll try to do this in a nice, continuous sweep. We probably should have hit the wall to reverse through this one here, in fact. To get the wall to cut momentum as we swing back. Maybe. I don't know if we have enough height or distance to do it that way, or if we should curve back immediately. And I'll have to try it a few times to see, I think. See what's more comfortable. I know that sometimes, you know, using the wall to immediately cut momentum into the reversal it actually is the better idea, but it's a bit of a subtlety that I'm not always accustomed to. Thank you so much for the follow. And yeah, for those new here, we do typically run Maker 2 viewer levels in this time slot. In the early months of this year, I am mostly running Maker 1 the other days of the week, but everything is subject to change. Whoops, didn't duck quickly enough. And well, actually, Mac, you know, the thing about aesthetics is that I've seen some really kind of beautifully designed levels where they're by makers who really understand that aesthetics done well actually add to the visual clarity of the level in terms of how it's signaling information to you. So when people really kind of understand decoration, you know, things don't look too busy. But rather, you see these various geometric outlines in the background, like with these semi-solids back here, for instance, in this segment of the cave, that actually make it easier to visualize what you're doing in the foreground. And so it's, you know, not a question of whether there are or aren't aesthetics. Look, the THX is right there. If we do this reversal, and perhaps we should do the wall bounce to do it, then we're pretty much at the end. Anyway, as I was saying, that it's not a matter of, you know, whether you have tons of busy visual information on the screen or not. It's more, what is most in service of the player being able to see what's going on. And the issue with a lot of the really kind of tight spike precision stuff, this was very salvageable, is sometimes that it is so spare and functional that, you know, you just see those one-tile spikes blinking at you everywhere, or other things like that. And it actually looks pretty cluttered in a way that makes everything in the level look the same, right? And so decoration can be extremely important sometimes to, you know, add a very clear visual cue to certain locations. Whoops. But yeah, I know what you're getting at in terms of, you know, being able to see a lot of the spacing. I find that I have that problem with people who excessively use markers for where to throw, where to spin jump, etc. That, you know, there's a bit of an over-dependence on those kinds of signals sometimes in a way that actually makes things look too messy to track. Oh, too early on that jump. We just need to do the wraparound. And yeah, I mean, it's very much a situational consideration as to whether it's adding to the level or not. But yeah, definitely there is such a thing as too much visual noise, and I find that, you know, sometimes you see some makers think, oh, maybe I'm not communicating this concept clearly, and therefore I must add more visual noise, and more markers, and more coins, or whatever. It's not always the solution. But yeah, this one has been very clear, and actually kind of pleasant to view. You can see how many entities are left over here, too, that you can, you know, have walls covered in piranhas, instead of having spikes everywhere. Oops, lost momentum here. Let's do a little hop. No, still not doing that well. I'm still trying to plan ahead to the curve. I don't think I can hit that far wall and bounce back. I think that's too much additional distance. That doesn't make sense. I think we do have to curve that manually, and I just need to find the right position to do it, which we haven't done yet. But looking at that, I don't think deflecting against a wall is going to be the right way to go. Not that I've done it successfully the other way, either. Now let's go forward. And sorry, I am going to be a little bit behind on chat simply as I'm trying to read this, but we'll... Whoops. Yeah, I mean, obviously in a level like this, if you have the piranhas being the main dangling obstacle as well, you don't want to add any confusion to that. Ceilings are low enough, too, that if you try to decorate with vines all over the place, and the player just grabs the vines and gets all momentum and locks themselves, but... No, it's actually... for a level that's got this very functional look to it, actually very clear and pleasing to look at, so... And I think a great part of it is that it's using piranhas and munchers everywhere instead of using spike tiles. Makes a huge difference, especially when you have piranhas on slopes to make everything look a little more natural in terms of curvature. Because you could definitely see someone making the same kind of level as this, with the same kinds of obstacles, but you're just using spike tiles indiscriminately, and it would just look absolutely hideous, right? But no, that worked out well, and we just needed to get that little curve at the end after many tries, and that was it. We hit the floor, and then we hit the flag. Thank you for that one, Napalm. And Noati, you think your muscle memory has blacked out? Yeah, good luck with the rest of the level when you do eventually clear it, and I'm sure you'll be able to do it. Let's take a look. And yeah, I've definitely seen some very pretty levels that have vines all over the place. But this one worked well. With just the piranhas clearly greening up the foreground, as they were. Oops Trooper is still here, so let's take a look. I always appreciate the GGs, partly because, you know, makers who are still in the queue, if you say GG, then I just know you're here, and I can just move on without having to check. Anyway, a true trial of skill, inspired by the wonderful Furon Towers. And you have a single clear on it right now, but on, well, very few plays, so we don't know how statistically significant that 25-minute clear is. We will see what we can do. Depending on difficulty, I don't know if we'll sit through the whole clear in one go, but we will see what we can learn. And Koops Trooper, no, it's completely acceptable to lurk while you're waiting to be played. I completely expect that, as somebody who used to submit to a lot of streams as well before I started streaming. I don't expect people to just, you know, sit here and chat the whole time while waiting for hours. Well, not hours, but you know what I mean. You're quite welcome to play other games, make things on your course bots, hang around in other streams, I don't know, do whatever it is you do. Whoop. Slid right under that one-way panel. That was maybe a bit too much momentum there. That one-way panel, I guess if you can't jump off that location, then what are you doing here? Okay. Let's just plan around this. There is enough headrooms that you can have some flexibility as you plan around the jumps, but this one, because of the one-way panel, I wonder what we're aiming for. It's not going to be a wall jump or anything. I think we just need to get up into that panel and then sort of wrap around it, but I'm not sure exactly where we'll be going until we raise the camera a bit and see what is coming. Yeah, Captain Napalm, most of the time you have either Hades or GTA 5 going. Yeah. I enjoyed Hades a lot, but ever since I hit the end credits after the 8th clear or so, I haven't really gone back to it that much. For the additional difficulties or anything. You know, up to the full 32 or whatever it is. But, whoops. But I definitely stuck with it much longer than I tend to do with most roguelike or roguelite games. Depending, once again, on how you like to use your terminology. It's kind of like the fun parts of Diablo, right? Where, you know, I never liked the kind of gear grind and stat grind elements of Diablo, but I did like just building up a character and choosing skills and combinations and figuring out new abilities. I felt like Hades kind of did that and only that in a way that was very satisfying. Where you just get to do the level up and skill building process and you're not just grinding for stat sticks after that. But, okay, there's one thing about Hades that drives me crazy, though, and just annoys me to no end. Is that a number of the pronunciations in it are kind of deliberately not the standard pronunciations that people use with Greek mythology, and that the game is actually inconsistent about it internally. In a way that it reminds me of the film Troy from back in the early 2000s, where, you know, sometimes they go with the sort of common pronunciation in English in a way, and sometimes they don't. So it just annoys me to no end every time they say, like, Demeter instead of Demeter. Some other things like that. Anyway, I'm normally not that fussy about things like that too, but it was definitely one of the few negative things I have to say. You got about 600 hours in it. Yeah, that's impressive, but I can definitely see how it could retain somebody's interest for that long. I probably would have put more time in it if I didn't have so much else to play. And yeah, Document, the game engine is a very big deal in terms of just, you know, figuring out movement and control method and what works. You know, in spite of being a lifelong D-pad player, for instance, occasionally I will have games where I'm playing stick because you can clearly see that the movement was designed around it and that it actually winds up feeling best with stick. And, you know, recently I've been dipping into Rayman Origins, for instance. I haven't really played much of it yet. I was just kind of making sure my copy works. And as some of you know, I'm a huge fan of Rayman Legends, and I played, of course, the sort of Origins throwback stages that were all over Legends as well, but I had never actually played Origins in its original form because I missed out of it on it when it was released on the Wii. But you know, the thing that the Rayman Revival games were doing was that they would have this control scheme that's maybe sort of unconventional from a Nintendo perspective in terms of putting dash on the shoulder button and really being designed around stick movement. But when you see the kind of momentum aspect of the game in action, I tried to play with D-pad because that was what is traditionally more comfortable for me, but it's actually much, much more comfortable with stick, which is surprising. But it makes total sense when you see the level design, because the level design and the movement mechanics just encourage that. We need a lot more forward momentum here, I think, on the platform as we're going over, so we can do a bit of a lighter jump. I found it with Celeste as well, which is interesting because, you know, you would think of Celeste as something that requires a fair bit of precision moment to moment in terms of the margin of error, but the more important thing in Celeste is to actually have lots of flexibility for back and forth mid-air movement. And so I surprisingly found stick more comfortable for that as well, back when I played it. Because it felt like the thing I often wanted to do, even if it was at risk of having a diagonal point the wrong way here and there, is that I needed to really kind of go back and forth quickly while I was falling, for instance. And yeah, I find it interesting that a lot of those really advanced Kaizo players, like people like Panga, are actually stick players. But it sort of makes sense when you think about some of the designs that they are often dealing with. And yeah, Noatex, welcome. Thank you for this submission. A little far back, but hopefully we'll get to you before too long. Okay, we'll try to at least get through the first room here, Koops Trooper, but as you can see, we're not managing very much with this just yet. I feel like maybe a spin jump is better with the lower arc. Yeah, because spin jump, you would kind of come into that jump with a slightly shallower angle, and I think that's the way to do it. And that's probably, incidentally, Supernova, why I maybe comparatively have trouble with a lot of the shell tech, is that Mario with a stick to me feels completely unnatural. And let's go here. But, you know, the game has to be designed around a control method in a way. I never thought I would enjoy Metroid with a stick, for instance, because it feels like such a D-paddy kind of series, but then Metroid Dread came along, and then it really kind of rethought a lot of the controls to make the stick feel smooth. In a way that the circle pad in Samus Returns didn't. But that's because, you know, they did some things like rebinding the Morph Ball and designing around the 360 missile aiming, and which was also in Samus Returns. But yeah, and then I kind of found surprisingly, wow, the movement is now really, really good with the stick. Yeah, Dread is the first one in the series document where I really kind of found doing the replays for speed to be something that was very accessible and enjoyable as well. Where I normally don't go for the tightest time because I'm not really that much of a speed-based player, as you can tell. But I actually did hit all the time benchmarks that give you the in-game rewards in Dread, and found that to be extremely enjoyable. But yeah, it's a game where, you know, the movement is extremely good and just feels very natural and slick. Yeah, RBST, we called you in earlier and you weren't here, and so we did have to bypass you for a couple levels because it seemed like you had left. Because you were in an earlier position and you were not here, so... That's alright, you're perfectly welcome to, you know, dip out for a while, it's just that you should be back for your position. And yeah, Document, I kind of remember that we sort of cajoled Supernova into picking up Rayman Legends, now that I think about it. I remember having that conversation on somebody's stream. Might have been mine, might have been somebody else's. Might have been Supernova's, actually. No, trying to wind up for the spin jump there, and we just haven't made it yet. You like the duck jump there? Yeah. I guess so. The curve is not too bad if you have some forward momentum going into it. We're always a little late on the jump coming out of that blue platform. Yeah. As you can see, we're not very likely to get clear on this one, given that we haven't even hit checkpoint yet, and the checkpointed time is the current clear, the one that had 25 minutes on it. So we know there is at least one. Okay. Hey, we got it. Duck jump. What do you know? And then failed to the one right after that. Hey, we made progress. Yeah, so for people who are behind this level, we'll try to get further in it, but I am unlikely to take it all the way to the clear, so don't be too concerned about me shoving you back for hours. We do that sometimes, but only if I feel like I'm progressing. Drop Drip, welcome. And like I said, for people who are new here, I usually tend to close to new submissions hours before I actually log off, just so we can get through everybody who does submit. But yeah, Drop Drip, we're not going to be on it for that much longer. Don't don't mind it so far, we just haven't been progressing very much. So let's just try to make it a little bit further. And go. Whoops. Yeah, there's a few slip-ups here. I mean, we've managed to get as far as the key. I'll try to get to the key door. Pretty sure I can make it. Yeah, Koops Trooper, the margin is definitely a little tighter than I'm able to reliably execute. We were kind of talking a bit about that in the much gentler previous level that we just played with the piranhas. It's a little tight for me, but oops. But we'll see. At least I feel like it is still something where, you know, I'm able to work on it from my own mechanics and that we have a bit of headroom to spin around and adjust the jumps. I find that precision is really rough when it's, you know, just sort of extremely strict about your space of possible moves. But anyway, let's take a look. And whoops. And yeah, Bonafide Pirate, I think sometimes there's a bit of a divergence as well between the viewer and the player experiences. I mean, I know that I run a lot of puzzles very slowly on the stream sometimes, for instance. For people who are really kind of engaged with solving it, okay, that's reasonably fun to watch, but then for people who are watching me stare at the same room for an hour or two at a time, maybe not so much. But it's alright, we'll try to make it a little further. Oh, whoops. Yeah, the margins aren't super tight, like I said. It's just that we're instinctively not very good at this style. Alright. No, still not making it. Oh, because even after we grab the key, I feel like getting under that ceiling on the way to the key door is going to remain a problem. We just don't have very good momentum control going into it. Anyway, let's get up here. Yeah, we have to really kind of go off the edge in order to do that, and I can tell that I'm jumping too early on the blue platform. No, the level creator's still here, he just said he's playing Mario Kart at the same time, which is perfectly fine. Whoops. And, let's see here. And yeah, Koops Trooper, you've been around here long enough to know that this stream is like absolutely serious business, right? Oh, we could have made that too. It was just a little bit late. Very end there. Anyway, let's get around here. And honestly, from a design perspective, like, even though I'm temperamentally not a precision player, I can, whoops, still appreciate that there's a little bit of flexibility and headroom to it that I normally don't get within that genre, which is why, you know, I'm still staying on it to at least try to push through this room. Because I feel like it is actually kind of under my control, which is not often the case with this many spikes on the screen. So. Whoops. No, Koops Trooper. You know I'm kidding around with you, so. And you know that we've had a pretty good time with a lot of the other submissions you sent in the past. It's just that this one, of course, is a little outside of my range. And that's alright. I mean, you know, people have diverse level portfolios. Not everything is going to hit the same way or be as successful. I don't know if you managed to see the current clear that somebody did have on it with the 25-minute time, but I hope you managed to at least witness somebody get through it. Yeah, just a few more attempts, I think. But we've been reasonably close. Just wildly inconsistent on even the simplest stuff. Yeah, Drop Drip, this is not really a stream that is, you know, look how good I am, I can clear hard stuff. It's a stream that's much more about talking about level design, and even if it's with levels that I'm not able to clear, that's perfectly fine. We just might not necessarily stick with it for long enough to see very much. And like with this level, it's kind of unlikely that I'll even see the second room, but we'll see what we can do. But this is more of a, you know, let's hang out and talk about level design stream. Yeah. I think, though, that is probably going to be as far as I can get with it, so thank you for your patience. And yeah, I knew looking at the clear rate, and particularly looking at the first room, that doing it in a sitting here was very unlikely. There's quite a lot left to see. And like I said, I think for people who are, you know, much more seasoned precision players, that this would feel positively roomy for them. That's fine. Drew Trial Skill. Oh, I should have looked at your clear time on it, in fact. Kind of curious. I just want to see the developer time for the clear check. 2 minute 41. So yeah, even, you know, for the good, solid developer road, start to finish, it's definitely a fair bit of work. Don't know how long it took you to get the clear check, but I know that people who make like really tight precision all the time, they talk about how they've got 10-hour clear checks or whatever. And that tells me, well, at least somebody enjoyed playing it, even if it is just yourself. Sneaky Sea Otters, welcome. About an hour. Yeah, like I said, for a seasoned precision player, I can see that the margins are positively generous. And yeah, it's the same with things like Kaizo levels and super hard puzzles or anything as well, that even if I can't clear it, I hope that the playtesting and conversation are still useful. Maker. Queue's getting pretty long, so probably closing at least after this level. And like I said, even after we close the new submissions, I tend to stay for quite a long time to play through the list. So we'll see. This is one of the bigger queues I've had lately, so we'll see what we can do. It does mean that when I'm given the freedom to pick, I'll probably pick things that are on the easier side, so we probably won't make a second attempt at the Jeopardy Daily Double today, but let's take a look at some of these ones. I don't know if you have a particular recommendation among the Majora's Mask series, if we should go bottom to top and do it as a sequence, or... And yeah, Drop Drip, thanks for dropping by. Or dripping by, as it were. Either one. You know what? Yeah, let's do the Majora's Mask one as a set over the next little while, maybe, and start with Song of Healing. You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you? So the funny thing is, you know, sometimes when people come in and are, let's say, critical of other levels that they see on the stream, I kind of often feel like I want to see them stay because I Because at that point, they have something to prove, right? And it's like, all right, you talk a big game. Let's see what you have to show me. But that's okay. There's always the next time. Yeah, so the thing about the diagonal shot is that I know I have this habit of doing a diagonal shot and then pulling out a bomb because I'm still pushing the up diagonal. Okay. Using a sword there is much more sensible. No, we should have shielded into it. That's what a down arrow was telling me. Yeah, because as many of you know, I often run a lot of streams that are not viewer levels, where I'm catching up on puzzles or catching up on levels that will take a little longer, or even finishing viewer levels that I wasn't able to complete initially. And every now and then, you do get people who come in who expect every single Mario Maker stream to be one where their levels can get played. We were supposed to definitely drop that block. Let's take a look at this one again. Talking too much while I'm playing this. But yeah, every now and then you get people who just think that every stream is a viewer level stream, no matter what it says. And I'm just saying, play my level, play my level. And in the instances when I actually do play them, I'm always surprised when one of the naggier viewers turns out to actually be good. I think that's not often the case. Okay, so that's the double deflection you want. I'm too slow on this, so... Yeah, and then we're way too slow. So we just need to do that shield deflection a little bit better, too. It's going to break everything for me. And yeah, End Mario will probably be closing relatively soon. Definitely after this level, if not sooner. Yeah, it's double deflection. We know that now. And if I stand too close to shell rebounds... Yeah. I don't know if it was supposed to cleanly drop the trampoline in one hit instead of doing a double bounce, but we'll see. I have to race the auto-scroll the whole time. Marquita asks, yes, I do play Super Worlds. If you submit a Super World, usually what I do is I'll just queue in levels in it for a minimum of about 15 minutes or so, in case somebody sends me a traditional world with really short levels. So we can kind of get through short levels in a chunk, right? So that's what we usually do for Super Worlds. Super Worlds that are a bit on the harder side will usually just do 1 or 2 levels at a time, at most. But I know some people really sometimes prefer to make Super Worlds that are designed to be played in big world-sized chunks, and I do try to accommodate that. Sorry if I've missed any messages in the chat, it's... Okay, that's better. I had to kind of confirm the hit first, which is why I'm falling behind pace, but... Oh, trying to jump up into that platform to fire the shot. I'm just too slow. Team Jamp World. Yes, I have, actually. I think I did that a while ago. I think I did anyway. I'm trying to remember if I did theirs sort of one level at a time separately, or if I actually did play the world, but I think I did do Team Jamp World. Like even years ago when it released, I think. And yeah, Koops Trooper, Squink has sent us a lot of pretty engaging music levels of varying difficulty. Okay. That was a cleaner hit than usual. Okay. A little late on that. I think it is supposed to be a diagonal shot coming out unless you jump into the on-off switch at the end. But we'll see. I mean, it seems like the recommended diagonal shots are marked by the tracks. And yeah, Awesome Lamp, you revamped your Super World? Yeah. I think I played its original form pretty much completely, right? Like, apart from maybe the boss level. Or maybe I did get through that, eventually. I think I am supposed to jump up out of the water and hit that with this sword. Landing and doing the arrow shot takes much too long. Yeah, I really had to hug the screen boundary over here. Whoops. Missing that. Yeah. Whoops. I can shoot or stab, yeah, with the little back shot there. Or, oh, you mean later on with jumping out of the water, yeah. No, I'm just thinking about which timing would be more comfortable for me. Probably to stab, because I'm bad at diagonal shots, but... Okay, we're too late now. Alright. Gotta stop fishing at the bomb like that. Anyway, push. Much cleaner. Oh, hit the icicle on my way out. That was not great. Diablo style, welcome. Yeah, Diablo style, you're a little far back, but I will stay and play everybody who is able to stay for the stream. It might just be a while at this point. This is a lengthier queue than we've been getting recently. Oops. But yeah, I'm always able to get through everybody who stays, usually, anyway. So if you need to go AFK for a while, that's fine too. Okay, let's go over here. Oh, and then that actually is going to deflect that time. I can never tell if it's going to do double deflection or not, so... Whoops. Gotta jump out of the water. Thank you for the follow. Oops. Anyway, let's punch through this. Yeah, I wonder if the... Whoops. Okay, yeah, we are standing too close. I see what's happening there, that if you're standing too close, then the shell is actually too high going towards the brick. And so it's making contact with the sideways trampoline before making contact with the brick. Because it does that initial bounce upwards when you block with the shell, so... There actually is kind of a minimum distance that you have to stay away from it. And I know Squink warned me about that a little while ago, but we are only really kind of paying close attention to the exact point of failure now. I think part of the issue is that you can only see the arrow and its location once the shell has revealed it. And because of that, I don't actually know where to stand. Unless I either know it by memory or stand back a bit and let the shell do its job. Because you see how, you know, the arrow isn't in a clear position until it's been revealed, right? I feel like that's a bit of a limitation there. Too late. Yeah, and the shell speed varies quite a bit depending on, you know, if it's a kick or a stab or anything like that. So... Okay. But it's just a little bit here. If we can do it as one continuous jump over to the on-off block, that's much better, but I have a little bit of trouble perceiving my distance there, so we'll have to see what I can do to fix it. Arrow shot might be better, but we're bad at those, so we'll see what works. Okay, yeah, because we need to just follow this immediately. There's a single bounce, much more flexible, and we keep hitting that icicle. So, I keep thinking I'll have to jump out there so we don't sink, but it is, in fact, a little too early. Yeah, we stand under the icicle. That's the correct self-deflection location. Nope, too late. Kind of let up on a dash button there while we were swimming, and that became a problem. If I can jump up towards the on-off switch cleanly, that solves the problem, but we should really just shoot that, but things can go wrong. Okay, tapping it here is fine. And then stop under the icicle. Good. Still stalling a little bit too long, but... yeah, that's the problem, is that I'm losing my dash, basically, as I'm hopping out of the water. As you don't really want to be underwater for too long, just because of that drag. And... nope. We should maybe do it from with a shot. Looking at it now. Otherwise movement's just going to be a little too fussy. We'll just need to watch out for the accidental bomb that we so often do. Nope. Oh, that's a problem. Much too close. That's not going to go. Whoops. Okay, nice and far back that time. It's just felt like a bit of a long wait. Too far forward, and you can see that I actually did pull out the bomb there, as I suspected I might. Yeah, ideally you just have one nice clean jump out of the water that gets you straight to the switch, but that seems pretty difficult to target. Oh, once again, let's not swat that. Oops. There we go. Nope. We tend to miss that a lot with the slope placement next to that switch. Oops. Okay, let's just push into it. Shield. Go. We're already a little bit slow because I flubbed the opening. But yeah, once you open up the on-off switch, you have a pretty clear opportunity to catch up on the auto-scroll a little bit. That's going to be a bit of a tight moment, but there is a way to recover from that once you're through it. At least from what I can see. It's going a little better than usual, maybe. Except we're bumping our head on the ceiling as we head to the on-off switch. Yeah, I still like jumping towards it for the slash much better than just standing still for an arrow shot that I'm likely going to miss. But I do need to aim that jump quite a bit better. And not lose the dash either. Hey, we're through it finally. You see? And then pretty clear opportunity to catch up as you get under Cheep Cheeps. Oh, and then I was supposed to downward stab this, and then the fish just leapt up and got me. But yeah, once you get past that specific obstacle, everything eases up instantly. Just need to pay attention afterwards. Oh, no, that's a problem. We'll probably be too slow now. It's funny because that jump out of the water might have made it if we had not fallen behind so far on the scroll. Whoops. Okay, let's see. Yeah, the issue is that I need to really kind of exercise some discipline there, jumping out of the water and then getting back into dashing speed, because it's very easy as just a bad habit to let up there on speed and fall behind just a little too long. And letting myself kind of slow down in that moment with the shield deflection as well is sort of important, just so we stand in the right location. A little counterintuitive to slow down here for the deflection when the auto-scroll is kind of pushing you, applying some forward pressure. But we'll do it. Just slapping that accurately for once. Then, yeah, the sword slap was a bad idea at the time. It wasn't really completely intentional, but... Whoop. I was trying not to hit the icicle that time, and that became a problem, and a rather screamy one at that we hadn't experienced with quite the same terror up to that point. Okay, that's a lot cleaner. That slope by the on-off switch, that's causing problems. Do I have to jump out of the water before the start of the bridge there? I was considering jumping straight to the switch, but the thing is, there's quite a lot of drag on your speed from the water at that point, and it's a little difficult to see where I'm going with that. Because I was definitely considering doing that. I talked about it, but now we just breeze through it. We just... Oh, there we go. That was a bit risky, but we got it. And then, boom boom, here we go. Oh, I feel like I should have slapped the dry bones instead. That's a Pegasus Dash location, maybe? No, we can catch up to it. Off switch then allows me to leave at the P block location, which is... Yeah, there we go. Oh, and then we lost momentum here. I wonder if we should do a Pegasus Dash out of that. Let's not start over, first of all. Just to get through... Yeah, because you're doing a downward stab anyway. Might as well just do that in a continuous motion. Oops, too low. Let's not start over. Yeah, so we're definitely closing up after this level, so last call for other submissions. And at this point, as you can see, the queue is going to take some time. And yeah, just slap, and then slap. That's much better. Much, much better. Then... Oh, spending too long on that ceiling. Oh, whoops. No, it's a shield bump. It registered with me much too late that that's a muncher rather than the piranha. But yeah, the ground stomp, or downward strike rather, into Pegasus Dash is the way to do it. And then just going to be a bit of a deflection on that. Just need to not get caught too much here. Yeah, I can see why I was kind of getting squeezed against that wall previously. And Mario going to go to bed soon? Yeah. If we don't go to you today, we'll catch you next time. Yeah, you switch into a slap there, sword. And not as many problems arise with... Whoa, I didn't even see where I was. I think I did get squeezed again. Yeah, we're definitely getting there a little bit too slow. I can tell because my eyes have been darting to the left side of the screen. And... Oops. Well, this is going to be a squish. And Mario, you're going to redeem skip to queue? Yeah, we'll rotate you in when we're finished with this, if you're still able to stay. Remind me of that when we get to the end of this level. And Mario, as usual, with skip to queue, I'll try to prioritize things that are on the quicker side so we don't hold people back too much. Nope, trying to do the shield bump there and we just missed. Once we do that shield bump, it's just a lot of downward strikes on the spike balls after that. Yeah, you think I grabbed a vine earlier? Yeah, that's what it was. Well, the column that we have trouble with later. Probably the issue. I wonder where I was stuck. More comfortable if I don't grab that, as it turns out. Oh, I bumped the muncher and ran into it anyway. Slapped piranha, 2 spike balls to jump over, and then we have to deal with the big dry bones later on. We'll see exactly how that's going to go. Whoops. And yeah, Marquis de S. It is something we do see fairly often on Squink's profile. He's kind of mainly a music plus platformer maker, as far as I've been able to tell so far with everything we've played. And Sword and Crossbow, welcome. Yeah, we'll get through it. This is all clearly doable with me. It's just going to take a little bit of caution. Oh, slowed down a bit too much there. But we'll catch up on the scroll a little bit. Bump. Slap. Down, and then that's the end of the scroll. So, oh, boom booms everywhere. And we'll just not get slapped by them too soon. Has been your main kind of level since you started making music levels last year. Yeah, once you catch the bug, you know. Especially once you have a good sense of how to design around it, like how many entities to budget for and what to do in terms of spacing, and are just kind of accustomed with the general workflow. We totally could have bombed that first, not that we could have entered the pipe under the Triforce. But anyway, thanks for that, Squink. So, and Mario, will rotate you into first since you did the channel point redemption. Like I said, I'll prefer something on the easier side so we don't push people too far. And I don't know how many people in the queue have indeed left at this point, but everybody who's able to stay, we will play you when you come up. And the queue might be shorter than it looks simply because of people departing. So, if you think you can stay, please do, and we won't cut off the stream before we get to you. I am, however, going to bring up N Mario's level, and then I'm going to close up. So, let me just, first of all, do a bit of management here while we make that happen. And make sure that we have everything plugged in correctly, so... And then we'll close the queue after we enter the code. The trick is you sneak the level into the music. Yeah, pretty much. And thank you for the patience of everybody who has stayed with us so far today. Anyway, just fit in that gap, one jump. Yeah, we'll do it. And we will, in the meantime, close up. So just give me a moment to update the stream title and some other things so we don't give too many people the wrong impression and deal with failed attempts to add to the queue. And like I said, we will be on for quite some time to play. Just fit in that gap, one jump. Remember to keep crouching on the way down or you will have to try again. 12 seconds, by the looks of it. Can we raid Mark Zuckerberg? Yeah, if he's on. I mean... I don't actually know if he has a channel. It kind of seems like, you know, with Facebook and Amazon being, or I guess Meta and Amazon being positioned as mutual competitors and such, that I don't really expect him to do much on this service instead of on Facebook video or something. I guess they have a reputation to maintain. What was this description even telling me again? Just fit in that gap one jump. Fit in that gap one jump? Like... Hang on. I don't think I get it. So you need to get into another pipe, right? And this is a big vertical zone. So we drop in and we find another pipe entrance somewhere. But then there are reset doors. Oh, I see. Okay, okay, I see. I didn't understand what was going on at first. Well, why don't we ground pound into it and then maybe cancel into it, or... Oh, no, that's not going to work. Yeah, it doesn't help that you have all the mushrooms falling on you at the start to make you fall. I guess we need to slide in like that and kind of aim it accurately. Oop, not like that. Maybe you have to watch the background art, and the background will tell you when we're expecting something. It'll be too high if you do that. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, is that maybe we need to lose the shroom. Way to do it. Or maybe we just fall in, like, with a slide? Fall in with a slide, maybe? Because then that's not a ground pound, right? Hang on. I feel like it should be falling in with a slide, but... Try it again. But then we have to avoid hitting the wall if we do it. Because we are in a crouching state, right? So... Oh, no, hit the wall. Just watching the background to see when moment is coming. Oh. I think this should be the method, though. We're technically in a crouch. Need to aim accurately. Whoops, that's not accurate. Tricky. Yeah, I'm looking at the background, but the thing is, my timing is not very good. Oh. Definitely the fact that touching the wall... Actually, no. Touching the wall, if you're disciplined about it, if you don't lean into the wall, doesn't get you into the sliding state immediately. Like, you lean in this way? Nope, and then you lean in too much, then it gets you into sliding state. So let's slide it again. We just kind of need to tilt into it at the right time. Nope. Well, don't know if there's something to the method I'm missing here. Whoop. Hang on. And of course, every time we fail at it, we have to head all the way back out. Anyway, we just need to lean in at the exact moment. And we're not going to hit that. Very, very tricky. I don't know if if there's something else in the description that I'd already forgotten about how this can be done. Whoops. Let's read the description first of all. Just fit in that gap one jump. Remember to keep crouching on the way down. We're doing it. Might be faster to just restart if we get into this sort of trouble. Yeah, and the mushrooms are forced all over the place, so not going to do much about that. Triple backflip? Doubtful. Very doubtful. I think it's a slide. And of course the artwork is not at all clear about it's gonna work. Like, we need to swing it in like this. We just haven't done it accurately enough to really even get a good read on whether this method will work. We just slide in like that. Call Nintendo to change character sizes. Well, in the original patch, or the original release version of Maker 2, there actually was a difference in how the different characters shot fireballs in fire form. Like, there actually was a mechanical difference that had to be patched out because it led to many situations where only a certain character could pass through certain gates. There were a bunch of weird locking situations in the initial release of Maker 2 that were eventually patched. And there were some locks with crates, for instance, that were a big problem in 3D World. And yeah, let's just do it. Yeah, and Mario, because this is a little bit of a roll of the dice here, I think after the next timeout we won't continue, just so you know. We'll try to stay on it and attempt it up until timeout. But it doesn't really look like I've been able to hit it yet, so. But I don't know if it's better to stay close and then just nudge in, or if it's better to slide in from afar. Oh, you were thinking twirls to slow down? Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea, because then you can see where you're going once you get into the background art here. Almost, actually. Because, yeah, once you see the background artwork appear. Bounce on a wall below the gap and instead twirl into it. Ah, that's an interesting idea. The wall below the gap. In the crouching state, though? Yeah, because you can get a decently shallow angle this way. Like where we just kind of twirl in. Oh, too far. Twirl gang, yeah, pretty much. Certainly by the time we're out of here, we'll see our share of that. I wonder there's a high clear rate because, you know, each attempt just takes the full clock. Whoops. Yeah, like I said, we'll try it until timeout. But nope. I'm not even aiming remotely close to target. Like wall jump off the pipe? Hang on. No, because as soon as you get into the wall slide, which is kind of the precondition for the wall jump, you get put into the standing form. Yeah, I think I see what you mean here, but I don't think it's going to work. Because you can't actually do the wall jump, right? The wall jump knocks you out of the crouch. Anyway, let's try the method that we were attempting previously. But the power at McDonald's, it works. Yeah. Fortunately, a little difficult for me to run out for some while I'm on stream. Guess that's what McDelivery is for. Whoops. Not even close. I am trying to watch the background to see when it's coming, but a bit difficult to estimate. Anyway, we'll try it again. This is when we've got to watch out as we see the parallax coming here. Whoa, nope, not quite. Yeah, it seems like it's the method that will get closest, but you know, either you get in or you don't, right? So, this may end in failure. Oh, nope, too far. Yeah, we want to be a little distant, but not so distant that we can't get in there on short notice. Nope. Nope, doesn't look like it's happening. Kind of impressed that as many people cleared it as they did. Maybe there's a hidden block that hurts you? Nah, he wouldn't do that to me, would you? But interesting concept, but we're not about to get it anytime soon. No, it's clearly possible with a slide because that's how a lot of slides into one tile gaps usually work. It's just extremely difficult to execute. And in a way that you're not necessarily going to see in evidence. Congratulations, Supernova, managing to get that. Don't know how long it took that guy. But, yeah, we'll bail on that one. But thank you for that, anyway, Mario. Sometimes we progress, sometimes we don't. Ratchet Toad, if you're still here. I think he might be long gone. No, I still see Ratchet Toad on the list. So I'll just wait for him to check in for a moment. Usually if people are still listed as online, and if they don't check in, I'll just bump them back one spot. Oh yeah, you're here. Good. And of course, nowadays Twitch runs so many ads that sometimes I know people are staring at ads while they're being called. But hopefully still able to chat. Only up to 5-star difficulty based off the official negative reviewed sequel on Steam. Ah, yes, you did ask me if I wanted to play Getting Over It. We'll see how far we get, because it is a pretty long queue at this point. But we'll play it and we'll try to see as much of the level as we can manage. I've never played Only Up. I'm aware that it's a Getting Over It style game, because a bunch of other streamers were playing it for a while. But anyway, you did ask me if you could send one of these, and I said, we'll try it, so we'll try it. And little ski resort hut over here. I don't know if there's any purpose to going in here. No, that's exit only. Ah, yeah, it's exit only because if you fall down on this side, that's where you reset. Then on-off switch over here, but for what purpose? Also, what happens if we try to slip in the pipe here? Just aesthetic? Just aesthetic, okay. Alright. Nope. Just missed a jump coming out of that. There we go. And then that gets you through here. Hop off the snow, and then pink coin down there. I guess we'll go for it. And miss. And it sends you all the way back down. Yeah, as expected. And then, yeah, this is also just a reversal from later on in the level. Only down one? Yeah, pretty much. And then, yeah, this forces you to reset everything. So, yeah, it's a Getting Over It level, but it's a sideways one rather than a vertical climb, at least so far. Because this is built in the main world after all, with the maximum 2 screens of height. So, we do need to go for the coin. Now, the thing is, after you go for the coin once, though, you don't need to go for it a second time. So once you obtain it once, you can just skip that obstacle on the next pass. You have to do 6 of them though, 6 coins. Oops. Only down or only sideways, I suppose. Okay. Okay, if we jump on top of this and then nudge back here, okay, that solves it. We do have to redo everything up to that point, but at least we can jump over the bullet from that point on. Blue Speed, welcome. Okay, the individual obstacles are not too bad, it's just easy to make mistakes, obviously. We'll get over this one. I should have read that carefully before we just jumped into it. We had enough time to assess the situation. And of course, if you run into timeout before you get into any sort of checkpoint, then will be a problem. If there is a checkpoint, which there might not be. Either way, we get over it. Wow, that was not the kind of mistake we wanted to make. This is the town area like an Only Up. Yeah, like I said, I've never played Only Up, so I don't know how that looks. But I know there was a brief period when a lot of Mario streamers especially were all on it at once. Okay, let's not do this yet. It's going to be a wall jump up to that coin, and then I don't know where the snake block will go, but probably some kind of wall jumping afterwards. I can't believe I slipped off the corner again, but that's what this kind of level likes to encourage. Alright, let's head up. Let's not be too impatient about this part. Hang on. Let's get some momentum here. And bump my head. It's alright, we'll try that again. We can probably make a few adjustments. There we go. That was way too impulsive. Let's not do it like that. You have a level you're trying to clear that it feels like Only Up, but with no checkpoints? Yeah. Oh, the coins are optional, okay. Well, we'll keep that in mind. It wasn't clear to me that that would be the case. As unless the maker is here to tell you, you don't necessarily trust that. Oh, just missing that every time. It's funny because I'm high enough on a wall that I should be able to wall jump out of that. It's just that we're getting deflected in a slightly unexpected way. It said in the title... Oh yeah, coin's optional. I always forget the title or the description as soon as I enter the level, so... I mean, I guess at least the title you can see it while you're still playing. I keep doing this. We need to stop doing that. Because we also lost a coin now. Alright, let's not get too impulsive this time. Up we go. Let's wait for the bullets. Oh, not. We can do it. There we go. It's not going to take too long. Now that we know the approach. Anyway, let's make it over and over again. There we go. Oh, whoops. That's okay. We'll get back there without too much trouble, I hope. Not doing too badly, actually, so far. But we'll have to see how we're doing on time. As a getting over it level that resets you back to the beginning, I assume there will not be a checkpoint unless there's a vertical zone. We will see. No, we need to long jump that one. It's clearly a long jump. Very, very obviously a long jump. Yeah, vertical sub area next. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, the platforming has actually been pretty comfortable so far. It's liable to make mistakes. Anyway. No, like I said, long jump. Completely about what I told myself. Getting a little bit impulsive about simple things. But yeah, it's an interesting translation of the kind of getting over it concept to the sideways format here while we're in the main world, so. Yeah, it's easily a long jump, and then maybe slide into it. Then land this small jump. Got what seems like coin 3 over there. So I will get to it by that way. I feel like we've maybe missed the opportunity for that, unless we have to jump off. I mean, this is kind of encouraging it to twirl. We would have to jump back towards that pipe to try to go for that coin. A fairly low location, too. You know what? No. It's gonna be this way. Of course. Obvious thing. Alright, we're out of here. That's progress. And it's checkpoint. Okay. Going well so far, I guess. This is going to use both horizontal tiles worth of space. So what's this all about? This is just a depth spike so you can reset to checkpoint as needed, I guess. Well, twisters, those will take some work, I'm sure, but since you back down this way, yeah. So if you know that you're not going to have enough time to put in a serious attempt, then we go in the house to reset yourself accordingly. I see, so this looks like it'll be where we go eventually after an on-off switch. Okay. Alright. Then we can probably just go back this way immediately. I don't know if we already missed coin 4 though. Might have. Whoops. Let's check in here to see if the on-off state affected anything. The death house, exactly. Matrix Jumper, you don't usually make levels with checkpoints because you're a monster. Yeah, that's alright. I mean, it depends on the level. I mean, I talk often about how much I actually enjoy levels that are kind of consistently medium hard difficulty, but which require you to be consistent over long stretches. So I find that a very rewarding and sometimes very underrated approach to difficulty nowadays when people expect quicker and quicker resets. We should, I guess, head over there for the wall jump and then we'll miss it. Unless... No, it's actually just going to be... The Z marker is for the high spin. Which is not exactly what I would have associated with it, but that's okay. Like I was saying all along, we don't read markers well here. Oh, do we need to watch the beat there, though? And yeah, the Mario Bro 9, the queue is closed for now. If we get through things quickly with time to spare, I'll reopen, but we have a really long queue today, so... Oh, whoops. Oh, that's going to be almost a big drop. Saved it. Have a lot of sideways springs, I think, for that. No, that would have worked, actually. We just needed to watch the timing. Luckily, the level doesn't punish you too much for missing that one. Now, the thing is, because we haven't scrolled into it, it's kind of hard to see whether that will be available. Oh. It's reacted poorly to successful landing there. No. I guess we are meant to bounce a little longer in the middle platform and wait for the opportunity. This. And yeah, we'll hit time up before to clear here, but we'll... Gotta get a little further. Oh, nope. Bad idea. That's okay. We can stop on this again and try it further. This looks very doable for me, to be honest. I keep thinking that with this fence we'll climb on it, like in Super Mario World, and punch our way to the other side. Because that's just how the nested fences look. On, I'll switch over here. Should keep an eye out for coin 5. Clear to me where that's going to be. Well, that's going to be a falling location later. Then we jump over to the right. It'll be 22 seconds. We won't make it, but we'll see what we can do. Oh, whoops. That was an accidental long jump. That's a big fall from that point. That's okay. We've got 11 seconds. Guess we'll just poke around a tree, and we could reset, but it'll be faster to just wait it out. Anyway, we know a good part of this path now, and I think we'll do well. I haven't seen coin 5 yet, but we'll keep an eye out. Yeah, it's actually fairly gentle from one segment to the next. Whoops. At least that's what it wants you to think. In the Matrix Jumper, you're slowly clearing a Kaizo level you made. Yeah. Double the fun. Well, unless you're missing checkpoints in 2 locations that people would normally expect, in which case it's triple the fun. Oops. Yeah, Diablo style, again, it depends on whether everybody actually manages to stay. Sometimes people will drop out ahead, and sometimes they won't, so... Okay. Nice high bounce here. Here we go. And then, whoops, nope. Want to drop in here, but that's okay. We'll get back up there without too much trouble. Once we're through here, we grab the coin on this side. Continue over here, where the resets are not quite as punishing most of the time. And we kind of know where to go from here. And then we'll make it up here, which is about as far as we We need to ground pound this. Oh, no, not enough room to do so. Not enough room. Oh, there's a coin. Didn't see it. Should be wall jumpable, actually. So that's coin 4. We'd already obtained coin 5. And because the coins are split over the checkpoints, that sort of implies coin 6 will be a safety. Although we'll need to flip the switch again. Progress. Okay. Nope. Not enough of a bounce. Yeah, because after the second on-off switch press, we're suddenly creating a lot more work for ourselves. That's okay. Okay, here we go. Bit better. Whoops. And then that's okay. After hitting the switch once, we're going to be stuck here too long, I hope. Do I have an idea what the reward for the coins will be? No, it'll be a key door. Or a warp, or a key warp block, possibly. I mean, it's not like we ever do optional content for the rewards, rather just for the intrinsic reward of seeing more of what you put into the level, so... Oh, yeah, we've got to hit this. I need to go back to the left. Or just fall back in. Nope, we can do it here. Bounce a few times. Switch gift card, if only. Okay, let's go over here again. And we'll wait. What will be in that key door, you wonder? Okay, we haven't really found a good cycle here. Meanwhile, I can enjoy how much those clouds and orange platform look like a face. Okay, there we go. Over to the Super Mario World climbing fence. And go from here. And there we go over here. Okay, that's fine. We've survived that one before. Let's be careful. Then not miss this one too badly. This is as far as we got previously. Oh, I missed it. And I missed that. I could have wall jumped off of it and saved it. And then we're way down. Okay. Alright. Back we go. At least we don't have to press the switch the first time. We'll have to remember to toggle it the second time. Because that wall is actually fairly visible. Okay. Do I like to see levels in their entirety or skip sections? I tend to explore quite a bit. It depends on the style of level, but I'm always kind of interested in what designers put in, and we typically do optional content if it looks approachable. That's okay. That wasn't too bad. Just let it fire first. But it depends. I mean, you know, if it's rewarding to find some kind of hidden skip or something, then it's obviously fun to trigger. Okay, it's a new record. Now we have to get on top of that block in the middle, which is going to be maybe a little tricky. Oh, that's going to be tricky. But we'll grab the tree on the way down and then go back to it. At least we know what to expect in that section now. Oh, no. I was trying to high jump that and then veer around it. At this point, we should reset. Okay, let's try it again. Yeah, it's been a pretty varied experience so far for something that is in the getting over it style in terms of each of these successive elements and challenges feeling quite different from the last, which is nice. There's quite a lot of moment-to-moment variety. It's not just about making it over ledges. Totally standard way. It actually gives you quite a lot to do on the way up. Whoops, nope. That was a mistake. Whoops. Oh yeah, we missed the first coin on the way up. Let's grab that. That's not too far back. Yeah, we can grab the two of them together as a set pretty quickly if we do happen to forget the first one. They're quite close to each other. I can see why I missed the bottom one before. Oh, nope. That's going to create a mess. That's okay, we'll go back. Oh, nope. Anyway, we'll back into it. I mean, see what I'm saying here with the clouds? It totally looks like a face. It doesn't look very impressed. That's what happens when you stare at a level for long enough. Anyway. Pareidolia starts to kick in. Okay, back here, let's not fall too badly. And yeah, we need to not do the long jump up. We need to wall jump up this way. And then here's a tough bit here. Didn't even do that on purpose. Nope, seems not. I mean, is the P-block telling me that I should go when the block is there, or I'm supposed to aim for it as a target? It's kind of hard to see what you mean by that, and regardless, we're just going to miss it anyway. That's okay, we can get back up. But I definitely don't see the timing on that yet. Especially winged blocks just flitting the way they do back and forth. Oh, you didn't even do it a face on purpose, I see what you mean. Yeah. Okay, what's over here? Not a lot to work with, that's okay. That's just where you fall down later if you're very unfortunate. And then we're going to go for another on-off switch somewhere here. Oh, there's a coin. Okay, no, this is going to be a key that's waiting to happen, though, you see. Because you have coin split over checkpoint. If I grab this and then I fail for the rest of the level and time out and die, then I have to start from the very beginning. So that's why the last coin, when they are split over checkpoints, should be a totally trivial one that is just directly over the door. Because you see what I'm saying here is that if you grab this and you reset to checkpoint, then you reset to checkpoint with 0 coins, and the first 3 wouldn't have to be obtained in the first section. So yeah, shiny, but deadly. We're not going to reach it from down here. It does tell you the location, though, so maybe that is close enough to the end that won't be too fussed about it. Yeah, but, you know, whenever you have the key death trap, it feels like a pretty massive trap where if you get it, you have to start you basically kill your checkpoint, right? Anyway, we're just going to fall in gently when gray block is down here. Oh, no, no we're not. That's okay. Just this little bit here. It makes more sense to go towards this block as it's flying away. Well, slightly more sense. Because we're not too far back. Well, yeah, but the thing is, you know, even as something optional, it's a very easy thing to fix, right? In a way that is not quite as punishing. Because often, when people see key death nowadays, they assume that it's just a bug or an oversight from the designer, rather than any kind of intentional difficulty. It's very easy to assume that the maker just didn't know what they were doing. Anyway, we're up here. Oh, well, I'll jump up there. Okay, didn't realize that. Now, here's a problem down here, is that we can't really see my position, but we have a tree here to fix that. That's okay. The peaceful music, incidentally, adds quite a lot to this level in terms of its playability. We have 134 seconds. Should I go for the coin, or are we still just learning? I think we should see what's ahead here first, maybe, and see how much there is. Go. And then just fall back down if we know we can manage it a lot of time, because I'm concerned with the time remaining that I'm likely to hit timeout before we do anything. And in that case, I'd rather skip the coin for now and grab it on the next attempt. On the other hand, it's hard to go back to it from this point, so... Oh, there is a door there. And that is the key door, so okay, so we'll go for it now then. 88 seconds, though. We're so close to the key, that actually maybe we can do it. Alright, bit of a risk. Oh, that's a massive risk. We're totally going to get key death now, I bet. But I guess it's going to be a massive risk either way, the way it's set up. It's just that with the time remaining, maybe that was be a problem. But that's okay. We already have this pipe open, so we just need to fall in this block. Go up. Let's not miss this. Oh, no. Nope. Nope. We're going to fail. Well, I guess we'll have to start over from the beginning. Oh, no. Hey, we saved that. Not for long, though. 20 seconds to go. Okay, so that was a strategic mistake. And now we're playing impatiently, so we're definitely going to just die. Anyway, let's hopefully get out of the first section before too long, because key deaths being what they are. Yeah, I still think it's unfortunate that it was designed that way, but... Yeah, sorry we couldn't get to you again, Sea Otters. Hopefully we'll catch you soon. Okay. Nope. Did that much more successfully. No, Crazy Wreck, it's not a world record attempt. It's that we hit key death and lost all of my pink coins. Because I thought we had enough time to gamble on that, and we didn't because I started making rather serious mistakes under time pressure. Which is a thing that happens much too often. That's okay, we know the whole path at this point. So we don't have to busy ourselves with figuring anything out, because we have seen everything. And I did have the key door within vision. That's the thing, is that I knew where it was, I knew how close we were, and I knew we could do it in the amount of time I had left. But that was a big gamble. Okay, it's fine. Down here. Long jump over here. Then slide down. Oh, that's not a slide. Totally missed it. So Matrix Jumper, because we collected all 6 coins and they were broken over checkpoint, if we had respawned from checkpoint, we would have respawned there with 0 coins. Because once you grab the key, then even if you go back to checkpoint, it doesn't save the 3 coins that I had at the time that I got there originally. It resets you with 0 coins. And that's just, whoops, that's a long jump. That's just how the checkpoint system in Mario Maker works. So usually, the way that people get around it, as a courtesy, as kind of a standard expectation at this point, is that if you have key coin collection that is broken up across checkpoints, you make sure there's one final, totally trivial key coin that is over the final door. And that's the way that you get around the issue of losing all your coins upon death and resetting past the point where they become obtainable. So we know how to get this one. It's just up that. I'm going to be out of this zone fairly soon, and then we'll actually take an intentional death after that to reset the clock. Buy myself as much time as possible. Yeah, that's okay. That didn't take me too much time to recover, so we will take a death here intentionally, just to buy ourselves 200 seconds. And we know the path from here, and we know where all the coin placements are, so... This level kind of has a deliberately risky final coin. So if you go for it, you know that you're risking the full reset. But it's approachable enough that we'll do it. Like, I've seen enough of the level at this point to know that it was very much achievable. It's just that we started flailing a bit under time pressure, which is the thing that happens. So, also, let's not forget that there are 2 coins on this side, and maybe it's better to grab the lower one now, so we don't need to drop down towards it deliberately after bypassing the B. So let's just go for this one now. Standard way. Skip ourselves to drop after the B later. And you appreciate that I'm not loud and obnoxious like every streamer on Twitch. Well, no, I mean, there are definitely other people who take the approach that I do. And I know because I watch them. But I'm glad you found a tone that works for you in terms of channels that you prefer. The price of that, of course, is that you have to deal with me being a very slow player sometimes. But if you prefer that, that's okay. Rather than having me shut my way through or something. What? That's the trick, you know, is that if you aren't screaming your head off all the time, you get to stream longer hours. Because you don't wear out your voice quite as quickly. Yeah, no, I've heard from many people that they kind of deliberately use my stream as a sleeping aid, that they just put it on and use my voice to go to bed or something. And that's perfectly fine. You know, used to stream the way you see fit. Whatever it is you prefer. It does mean occasionally some people do fall asleep while they have their levels queued. Not going to name any names, but that does happen too. Which means that even if you look like you're very far back, it's entirely possible that a bunch of people ahead of you will just snooze and leave room for your level. That is also a thing that happens around here. It's like if Bob Ross was a streamer. I mean, given how often his reruns are just played on loop on Twitch, I guess he practically is, just not to his knowledge. Oh, whoops. It's okay. That's one of the tougher jumps in this level. I mean, anything with wings really is going to be difficult to spot. I missed a shell jump, but you know, with that, just a happy little accident. I feel like I've said something very similar in the past now that you mention it. And, yeah, Diablo style, I'm glad you have such faith in my abilities. Oh, there we go. No, the camera is a bit of an issue with that block. Because as you go up to Twister, you kind of have to have this memory of where you were. 2:39 seconds. Should we bother? I'm gonna reset this one. Because we'd skip one switch activation at the beginning, but it's not worth 300 seconds of time just to get timeout. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, Ratchet Toad. No, the thing as I was saying earlier is that very often nowadays, I think, when people see that you don't have the safety coin, I think very often the assumption is that it's just an oversight from the designer and that you didn't know what you were doing, which in a level where you clearly know what you're doing when it comes to all the platforming design, I think would come as a bit of a surprise. Because, you know, you're not there in the room to tell people, oh, this is just an intentional bit of reset difficulty and a bit of added risk. And now that I've actually fallen victim to that, I actually don't mind the risk that much as I was complaining about it earlier. Because once I learned the first half is not so difficult that I can't repeat it. Also, we forgot the coin down here. But it does mean that because it's a getting over it level and you're kind of risking the timer, you know, it's definitely a hard call to make. Also, if I had, at that point, not seen the bottom right coin in the zone, I would have just assumed that it was on pace and that I had one safety coin remaining. Because I think when you play a lot of coin collection levels, you just sort of mentally budget for how much is left and how much you should be keeping an eye out for. And I know it's very much Nintendo's fault that the safety coin has become such a social expectation. The wall jump here is much easier. Why did we hit that twice? Yeah, that was a mistake. Burned so much time on this already. But anyway, we've been steadily making it. It's just that, you know, I know that it's going to be, as getting over it level, a huge drop from 0.6 if we don't manage to get it. Matrix Jumper redeeming your Taylor Swift ticket giveaway. Yeah. I know, I'm vaguely aware that there's this whole Eras Tour thing going on. That was also a big cinematic event for people who decided to catch the recording that way. I am not myself very familiar with the work of Taylor Swift, like at all, but kind of vaguely aware that the tickets have been extremely valuable. My awareness of a lot of charting popular music is extremely minimal. So... And I know some people who do keep up with it, so I actually am professionally, some of the time, a working musician as well. I don't really show it off on Twitch or anything, but when you're around music people, you find that everybody who's kind of like actively a practitioner in a field has very wide-ranging influences. So, you know, even if you see people who don't seem to engage with Taylor Swift style themselves as people who play music, they might be very careful listeners who know her work extremely well. You just never know what kind of background fellow musicians are coming from and what their influences are. In the same way that, you know, I've got this relatively encyclopedic knowledge of video game music, and that's become something increasingly common. But depending on your background and the people you're playing with, that could come as a surprise. And there we go. Well, yeah, that's the other thing, though. Ratchet Toad, I guess you did say coins optional in the title, as you reminded me earlier. But, oh, why did I jump this way? Oh, that was a bad idea. That was a really bad idea. Wow. Okay, we're kind of getting into the same situation I was in earlier, where we're getting under 200 seconds going into coin 6. We have issues. Yeah, Mech, I actually really like 3D World, but you kind of have to play to its strengths in some ways. Because there is so much that you can't do that you expect to do in the other styles when it comes to various mechanisms that you can set up. And also how a lot of the collisions work. But it also means that when you see unique mechanics in 3D World, they're unlike anything else in the game, right? Just by definition. So we've seen some really crazy ideas in it before. So I don't find it lacking at all. You know, once you've seen enough levels that really kind of make use of what it can do. And it's very impressive when people do manage to find a good design space out of something that looks limited. Like how in the past we've been seeing a couple of really good fights using Pom Pom, for instance, and she's really difficult to design around in a controlled fashion just because of the teleport mechanic. But then we started seeing some people who really understood how to make boss rooms with her. And okay, let's try not to scroll the camera here. There we go. Yeah, the trick to this twister is to not scroll the camera. You can avoid it. We're at 100 seconds. I feel like this is going to be too risky for the coin, though. Whoops, especially if we missed a jump this way. Okay. Yeah, we burned way too much time earlier in this sequence. I'm close enough that I'm going to stick with this and I'm going to try to get to clear. So thanks for bearing with me, people in the queue. But we're close enough that... Ooh, this is a tough call. But it's right after the sequence on the right, though. It's right after this. So we just need to fall gracefully. And let me scout this, first of all. If we fall from that coin, we have to fall dead center directly on the twister, or fall to the right to get on the blue pipe. 56 seconds. Do I go for it? Well, let's decide. I feel like the answer is no. I'm going to speed through it. It's just tight enough that I don't want to risk it, because it's actually a little worse than the situation we had the last time. We're going to take the death. Sorry, we can do this better. We can improve on this. Yeah, the semi-solid collisions are actually a bit of a problem with 3D World in terms of making it feeling a little bit limiting. Because it seems like some of the decisions made with the way 3D World style worked are... whoops. Sort of based around the needs of the artwork in some ways, in terms of how things are going to overlap and intersect. Mechanically, that can feel pretty confining, but yeah, we're going to do this much more efficiently. I dawdled too long in the early section last time we were here, and we have much more efficient methods for much of this stuff now. Like this wall jump over here, that gets you over pretty easily, so... I feel like that was the right decision to read the clock there and bail, because we just had too many slip-ups. We'll go for this coin here, without having to reset down below. You see? I'm gonna get through this much faster now. At least until we take a big fall. Oh, missed it. And the Mario Bro... Oops, nope. Sorry, that was a reading chat fall. That was a bad idea. And yeah, thanks for letting me know. I mean, we run viewer levels fairly regularly. So even if I miss anybody today, we'll have some other opportunity. Typically, I run some catch-up streams during the week as well to finish up levels that we couldn't quite clear or couldn't get to. But lately, I've started doing Maker 1 instead, so we can get it done before it is shut down. Not it done, but like get as many levels as we can done before it shut down. So we probably won't be doing as many side streams of Maker 2 for at least the next few weeks. But I typically try to accommodate as much as I can to cover people who can't really stay for my usual viewer level hours. Oh, no, that's a bad idea. We know we need to do the high jump here. Luckily, we didn't totally blow that. Yeah, I'm totally okay with 3D World just having its own mechanical space. But yeah, there are definitely things about it that require a different mentality. Even something as basic as not having vine blocks available to give you resettable blocks, right? You know, that's a big restriction. So I feel like there are definitely some functions that are served by elements in the main styles that feel conspicuously missing here. We have 300 seconds. We're going to go for it this time. Straight into the twister. Good. Let's reset the camera here, so we don't go too high here while we wait for the block. There we go. Okay, this is going to be a serious attempt for once. Pardon me if I'm a little late on the chat for a bit, because we're going to actually try to concentrate on our way up to the key door. Nope, nope, nope. Let's wait. Key door. There we go. And, okay, so it gets you somewhere else, I suppose. I kind of want to back into this pipe just to see what it is, but it seems like we actually did skip a section, perhaps. That's okay. If we hit timeout, it just means we'll go back. Looks like this is encouraging you to go through that slot in the cloud. That seems dangerous. Like we were supposed to have a P-switch here or something. Unless the P-switch is just telling you where to go. Okay. This is a reset door. What needs to be reset here? P-switch, probably. And then once you get to P-switch, you get some wall jump locations that become available. Oh. Oh, I see. It's a little skip up ahead. I see. Well, we unlocked the door, so we can just go back to it. And skip this part. Yeah, that's kind of a nice use of the shortcut, in fact. But it does mean that now that we've seen this, if we do get a timeout or something, I will not repeat for the key door, obviously. Oh, down we go. Okay, not too far back. Yeah, so I definitely wouldn't have made it out if we were so tight on the clock like we were earlier. Nope, no. We go. Let's save it. Okay. No. That's wrong. We had it previously. Just needed an additional jump off of that. There we go. Here? Over here. P-switch, and then after the P-switch, you see, because I can't see what's below here, it's a little difficult to read. Yeah, no, you just land on a platform below. 100 seconds. I know we've been taking forever on this one, but we'll, getting pretty close by the looks of it. The individual obstacles are not bad. They are even relatively relaxed. I don't know what we're going for here. Pipe. No, that just reverses you. Oh no, this is the ending. Okay. That's the thing. It was on the left side, so I thought you would exit there, and then I realized, wait a minute, we're in the same zone. Why didn't I just read this correctly the first time? But hey, we proved we could do it, so that was very, very silly. It didn't even occur to me this was the exit. Would have been really funny if we hit a massive timeout from all that. That's okay. We actually did see the chunk of the level we skipped then, so. Yeah, Awesome Lamp, you're saying there, if you're reading this correctly, you need to go into the yellow pipe. Well, very timely of you to remind me of that. Thank you for that. So the point of the P-switch stuff is that if you don't have the key, you have to play through that segment, and then it goes towards the top left. So we actually just sort of went backwards, thinking we were going forwards because of the way I came out of that door. And when I realized that it was actually directly above where the entry to the key door was, I should have realized that I was going backwards. But we weren't thinking about that carefully, so. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, the clear check time is 6 minutes. So somebody who's particularly crisp. I mean, having played through this, if you do everything right the first time, yeah, you can do it in 4. Because when you, especially if you're not going for the key coins, which occasionally will require you to drop in locations that make you do an extra cycle. Because the individual obstacles are not too bad, to be honest. Which is why we managed to stick with it. Thank you so much for waiting, everybody behind this one. I know that took forever, but... Marquita S. still here? I'd be happy to play yours. I do still see you listed. So we'll just give you a moment. Yeah, Hazard Labyrinth, you're saying it was fun watching. I'm glad. It's hard to tell sometimes with, you know, big, long resets like that, whether it's really that spectator-friendly. I do see Marquita S on the online list, but if he doesn't check in, I'll swap spots and put Awesome Lamp in first. And yeah, Semphis, I usually have a problem with some of those levels either, but occasionally when the individual obstacles have a lot of variety and a good sense of design, and they can really punch above the weight of the genre. Yeah, Diablo style, I just want to make sure. Because usually if somebody's not checking in, then I kind of just leave them in the queue, but I rotate them back 1. Just so we make sure we're playing for people who are present. What I'm going to do, actually, is I'll look at the clear rate. And if it's something quick, I'll do it first. If it's not, then I'll do Awesome Lamp first. We're fairly casual about it anyway. If it's somebody who's not actually here anymore. Despite what Twitch is trying to tell me. Ooh, Shellish single room challenges. Yeah, I'm interested. We'll probably do this, but I'll bump it back one spot just to make sure we're playing people who are staying. Because it is a long queue, and I want to make sure that, you know, we prioritize people who are still active. So yeah, if you are AFK for any reason, we're fairly flexible about that. I'll just, you know, bump you back one and see how things are going. Awesome Lamp is definitely here. More puzzle, yeah. Let's do it. And I'll still be on for quite a while yet. Like I said, if you are in the queue and you stay, I will get to you. Puzzle level made in about an hour in October to move heaven and earth. The Matrix Jumper, if you're abducted, make sure you get the Wi-Fi password. And so you can come back into the chat and we'll be completely understanding. Okay, so Thwomp's double stump. We need to hit the on-off switch on the right side. And then we need to bomb the block that's through the bumper. And then we probably need this Thwomp to push us through the side. And we'll take damage from that, but once that slot is open, that's okay, because that'll still force us through the bumper, if I'm reading this correctly. So what we need to do is we need to get this Thwomp out of the way. We should see what this is. That's reloadable. This looks like it's going to be a reset then. Yeah, that's correct. If this is bombed, then what does that give you? Well, it gives you the passage to go over to the snake block, but perhaps we do need Divine first to jump into a better position. Let me just try out some height here. Yeah, we do need Divine, I think, to jump. So we'll tap Divine first, and then we'll blow up the block second. Of course, one hidden piece of information right now is where the blue snake block is actually going to go. Thwomp here. Whoops, no. Bad idea. That's okay, we've got more swords. Yeah, so the stumps can be released at some point. We'll bump the Thwomp over here, and the Thwomp will kill the clouds as expected. And then we can hit the on-off switch from that point. We can also bomb the bumper from that point. And then it's actually going to be the snake block that pushes me through. Or is it? I mean, what about the Thwomp on the side then? Let's take a look at what's over here. Whoops, no. Hang on. And Marinese Men, we have a pretty long queue right now, so I have closed new submissions for the time being. If we miraculously get through the rest of the queue quickly, then we'll bring you in. But absolutely can't guarantee that. Okay, so at this point then, we go over to this side. But we will need to raise the seesaw first, probably. Oh no. I was hoping I could. Possibly we needed a snake block, actually, to ride it up and then jump onto this side, unless I'm missing something mechanically. Because yeah, we may be a little bit short here. Take a look. Yeah, the thing is, how much is $400 divided by, what is it, 5 or so if you're fucking US? That would be, I know how to do mathematics, 25 by 4, that's just a, or 20 by 4. Yeah, so if you buy 80 gift subs, I will perhaps reconsider. That's not an actual channel policy, by the way, that's just since the Matrix Jumper suggested it. Because the thing is, I actually do technically give subscribers priority, but that doesn't come up very much because we run a fairly relaxed queue over here. Also, notice that if you reset, so Awesome Lamp, you should be aware of this, that if you reset, there's no more cloud blocking here, which is okay. I guess that's just progress. Thank you so much for the follow. If I just dash and jump? Oh, imagine that. We actually totally could do that, can't we? Well, let's just kill this swamp first, then. Let's lower you first. And we used a bumper. Actually, no, we can just toss the bomb with that, and then raise the seesaw for some reason. And then once we raise the seesaw, we can go towards it on the other side. Nope. Oh, because we run into the bomb as we toss it. No, we'll use the snake block. The snake block's going to do the push, and then maybe that'll do it. Channel points are cheap nowadays. We have too many regulars who have been here for ages. Which is why I haven't updated my rewards in so long. I feel like we need to drop a bomb there and then jump towards that seesaw from the other side, but it's actually kind of tricky to do that way. I don't think we get enough momentum to jump off the vine at any point. But I feel like we definitely need to drop something on the seesaw like a bomb to do this accurately. Like that. Yeah, there we go. And then we just need to do that faster. That's exactly what I was going for. Yeah, like I said, if we have an opportunity to open up again, I will. But I can't count on it at this point because we are just too late in the stream. I feel like we were supposed to have something... Oh, we were supposed to shield into it and then he would push. No, not like that, obviously. Being deflected back. What am I missing about this mechanically? Let's... No, because it just clips you through, so... Yeah, I thought this would probably not be it, but we need to maybe drop something... to... push through properly. I did it in my complicated way. Did I break something? I'm overthinking this part as always, yeah. Oh, I was probably supposed to have the stump still available, right? Or... Well, let's see. I mean, if it's not a shield, then what is it? I took an extra step, okay. Oh, because it probably was just jumpable, or... Let's see here, what am I missing here? If it's not the... Interestingly enough, it seems like it's lockable if you just kill the thwomp too. It's possible to kill the thwomp if you send it through, and that would maybe not be ideal. No, because the thing is, I need to push myself through, right? That's... Because if you trap it, then it just goes back and forth on the right side. It resets to the position that it would be to the right of the red blocks, and then you would have to reset. So the thing is, if this is still a winnable position, how is it still winnable? I feel like it has to be something like, you know, if you're holding a bomb or dropping it, then... No. Bomb is always one higher in the link. No, because if you hold your shield towards it, it deflects. I tried it anyway, and it just deflects. Oh, maybe we just need to let it keep going. Yeah, okay. Could have thought about that. But then, past a certain point, you no longer activate it, though, right? Like, now you're just out of range. Unless you find some other way to trap the Thwomp. In fact, I would have to trap the Thwomp with the other Thwomp. It's not going to work this way, because if you don't trap the Thwomp with the other Thwomp, it's too far to push you. It's still winnable, but the solution is a bit obscure. Well, we won't see it because we're timing out. No, we need the other Thwomp to remain alive, then. But then... what's the point of a snake block? Oh, I see, I see. The snake block is supposed to push this guy, probably. Anyway. Well, I don't know which step you thought I overcomplicated Awesome Lamp, but we will figure that out. I do want to blow this up regardless, because we'll need it. Oh, with Thwomp's still up here, though, we'll have a little more trouble here. Oh, and then we need to slap this. Hang on. I know, not far enough. The bomb on a seesaw you think is overdoing it? Oh, you mean I could probably just jump directly with some bumper momentum? Or Pegasus Dash actually would have done it. It's actually exactly it. Maybe? Or not. I feel like my way is still fine. But we kind of need to maintain Thwomp. I mean, killing it would get it out of the way, but then we just can't get this Thwomp far enough to do the push, right? Or maybe this Thwomp is supposed to push the other Thwomp, and then no, because you know it clips over you. Oh, whoops. That's going to kill it. Well, oh, we forgot to knock this out too. You know what I think it... well, no, because the camera scroll will happen here, and then... let me think about this. So you let this blow up, and then while the seesaw is still down... how is this overcomplicating it? Unless it's... yeah, it's not that, because it's the height. There, that... hang on. Totally do it. There we go. So, we can release this at this point, but then we get to the same problem we had previously. Oh, whoops. That's okay, we can jump on this now. Run all the way over. We just need enough of a push, and we stand like right by the bumper. No. Nope. And then we hit the bumper. No, not close enough. No. That's not going to work. I feel like it needed to be something with a snake block push, but... let's think about this, because I feel like I probably broke something here. Let me think about this. Because, yeah, this is the step that I'm missing. There's something past that as well. This is all correct so far, okay. So I'm just missing something really obvious about how the push is going to work. I definitely don't want to kill the Thwomp. It's not going to be with a bomb beside me or something. Unless we, do it this way? Okay, that's correct. Yeah. I thought it might be something like that with the bomb collision. And for some reason I just didn't execute that. Anyway, you bomb this and then you'll drop the blaster by block. And, oh, no, it's the flag block, so that's not it. This is just an arrow shot, actually. Where you just try to do a straight arrow shot over to the on-off. Hang on. Come on. Oh yeah, because it goes up slightly. Let's... have to do a drop shot separately, or just send it over slightly. There we go. Oh, almost. There we go. That's a clear. Yeah, because I thought... I was wondering about the shield collision priority there, and... now we need to actually run this, perhaps. You know what? No, we just shoot this thing again, except we'd have to do it with a bomb throw. No, hang on. Because if it's a bomb throw, then you get it on top of the on-off switch like that, and then you open it up, and you get the bottom of the flag. Maybe you could reach the top of the flagpole, but we don't jump well enough for that. Okay, very satisfying actually to get the push through there. I just needed to remember how that was going to work. Because basically, we know that the Thwomp collides with a bomb. Usually that results in something like a bomb detonation from a crush, but then it seems like shield on one side, Thwomp on one side will give you a bit of movement. I feel like I might have seen that before, but we didn't quite remember it. And so, I had to stare at that for a while we covered that. Okay, so this is going to be second and last call for Marquita S. If Marquita S is not here, then we'll remove and move on. And, yeah, we'll check for other people as well. I think Lion is gone, and I think D2 Mask is gone, so Mac is probably next. Looking at what I see here. So, yeah, we're going to do it that way. Let's just go remove. If Marquita S comes back, we'll deal him back in. Because I think he's lurking or falling asleep or something, so... we'll give Lion a moment to check in. Not listed on Twitch currently, but Twitch can be wrong sometimes. So we do give people a second. But just to set expectations, it's likely going to be Mac next, followed by Matrix Jumper. And thank you so much for staying so long. I know everybody who's still here has been in the queue for a very long time at this point. Okay, let's go remove. And we'll do the next check. And yeah, Diablo style, I hope to get to you before too long. D2 Mask, I believe, is gone, so we'll give him a moment here to respond, and then we'll get straight to Mac, who is definitely present. And this is what happens when I take too long on a couple of levels in a row. And yeah, Mac, that's relatively simple by puzzle standards in terms of the elements involved. If you know what kind of solution you're looking for, then most of the work that goes into the puzzle level is actually just kind of quality control and preventing unintended behaviors or things that break the logic. And with something that's fairly simple with just a couple of moving pieces, if you know the mechanics and if you know what kind of solution you're going for, it's faster to build than it is to solve. Thank you for the follow. This level is a bit complicated, but once you understand it's really simple. Bullet hell, you're the shepherd. The bullets are the sheep. Well, let's see it. And there's a clear condition to it. Okay, defeat 22 Bonsai Bills. I guess we picked them up and chucked them. Yeah, vision. We will... okay, we'll see how things flow, because I think we have to maybe throw them into each other. Or... well, we'll see. Audio is gone. Yeah, let me check it. So, yeah, if we get through the remaining people quickly, I'll see if I can reopen. But right now, we just want to guarantee that we can get through the existing queue. But if you're still around at the end, we'll see what we can do, depending on how long it takes. Let me just fix the audio quickly. And hopefully this fixes it. Moment. And thank you, Luca, for telling me. So we don't know what the endpoint looks like. We obviously need to have something to ride. And no, we need to pick up the ones that are on the upper level, so we can fall into the ones on the lower level. So when we pick up the ones on the upper level, we can steadily get rid of the ones that are at the bottom. So it's kind of like a puzzle in its own way. If you take damage, however, you can also just jump on them directly. But we probably don't want to do that if we want to survive. I think the point is to do something with the SMB2 mushroom, so we'll do that first. So why don't we reverse directions on it first? And just reverse all of them if we can. We might have to do the SMB2 high jump. Yeah, because we don't know what the ending is like at this point, and we have to scout the level a bit first before we understand how it's structured. And then, oops, no, too close. Because maybe there will come an opportunity where we have some ground at the end, and we just jump on everything after damage. We don't know how it's going to look yet, so... oh, whoops. Let's try to get on top of that as a little platform. You can make your own little step ladder or something, and eventually figure it out. Yeah. Make this layer over here. Oh. Yeah, I feel like we kind of make a tower, and then we eventually just eliminate everything we can. We're still only at 11, though. We're not even halfway. So I think we actually do make this screen-filling structure. And then wreck everything when we get a chance. But we don't know that yet, because we just aren't far enough to see it. Oh. Sometimes the ones you throw are uneven. You suggest mostly just jumping on them. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. We threw that one the wrong way. That's okay. Let's keep reading the level to see what we're in for. It is a defeat all, I think, so we won't be able to pass it if we miss anything, but... yeah, no, I see what you mean, that if you have them side to side, if there's a bit of a pixel offset or something, then you can take damage just by running across them. I've seen that happen before, with some other similar mechanics. And to debug something similar as Maker once, I think. Yeah, it says all 22, I realized that. But I think we basically placed them so we let her up the screen and then it'll leave enough room to walk. Oops, missed it. That's okay, we'll see more of the level and see what we're in for. That totally blocks me up. That's okay. Yeah, I have to account for the bit of delay on the pickup as well. Which is stack and build. Whoops, missed it. That's okay, just take some practice. We'd like to build a little further over to the right, I think, just so we have a bit more space available. Yeah, throwing is kind of affected by your momentum going into the throw as well. Oh, whoops. Yeah, anyway, very interesting concept if we understand it correctly. Let's continue and see what we can do with it. Oh. Oh, missed it. Yeah, like I said, I'd like to make more room on the right, and we are occasionally releasing the crouch too early for the pickup. And yeah, we'll reverse all of them as we go and try to succeed in the pickup while we're at it. Alternatively, you are also considering calling this level Bullet Train. Yeah, that works. Oh, oops, ran right into it when I fell down. Yeah, because everything is kind of scrolling along as you're riding them. As the player, you do have to compensate for the momentary freezing in position while you do the pickup. I kind of like very flexible levels like this where you get to strategize a placement as you go along to try to find a method that works for you. And where you can do something a little differently when you feel like you need to make changes. Oh, whoops, threw it into myself. Although I guess we did get a kill when doing that. Or we just try to throw these bullets into each other and... No, it just overlaps, so it's not going to work that way. Nope, and then occasionally I try to throw and then back up, but the input sequence isn't quite precise enough to make that happen. Oops. Yeah, we missed one, but we still haven't seen the ending, so we could look at it. Whoops. Well, let's just try to scroll a little further to see what's going on. But yeah, we'll kind of mentally count as we're going along. This is 5, 6, 7. Yeah, as you can see, I was trying to back up after the throw, and that just threw it off screen completely. You can stack a lot of them on top of each other. That's probably best, so we can get them in a consistent location. But because they vary in terms of height, that isn't always possible. If we have a somewhat consistent location for throwing, that would be great. It's just that every throw just obstructs more space. Okay, let's just throw immediately so we can get in position. Nope. Yeah, so I'm failing to correct for momentum sometimes where... Because when we do the pickup, we have momentum. I have to gain a little bit more speed than I think, because we're tracking these moving bullets underneath, right? They're not just a flat platform, they're actually a moving target. If that makes any sense. Then, whoops. And then we're picking up the same ones now, but falling into them. So we actually want to pack them tightly if we can. And let's try to buy ourselves more space. Nope. Not enough time. Yeah, it is tricky. Nope. We don't want to jump into it like that, obviously. Yeah, sometimes when we're throwing, these bonsais flip into a position where I wind up under them. Which is why when we're throwing right, we sometimes have to still hang left a little bit after that just to reposition. Nope. Definitely the fact that we're riding other bullets is throwing off a lot of my momentum calculations. Okay, oh, no, too close. Standing too close. But yeah, we don't want to restrict too much space, we want to pack them tightly. We want to make the jumps easy on ourselves. So we try to throw from a low position. Nope, too high. And eventually, that will just lead to death. Alright, let's go over here. That's gonna be a problem. Too tight now. Oh. Is that right? Yeah, that was right. We carried the one facing left. And yeah, I'm kind of counting as well, because we don't know how long it will be before a platform eventually. We can't take too long, because the problem is that if you reach screen boundary at the end of the level, where you presumably hit the flag with a clear condition, then you might not have enough time to actually land the kills. It's a bit difficult to estimate if there's no visual cue, so we just have to count. And then once you can survive, you can just jump through the rest, it's true. You don't need to get all 22 in position, you can get ahead by a few, and it does require you to kind of guess how the level is going to go in terms of how much distance you have before the end, but we'll have to manage that. We took up way too much space here, as you can see. Nope, missed it. Bullets do get slightly higher if you build a stack like that. It's not just that the hitbox is weird, but that they rotate into position while you're also going forward on the bullet that you're riding. So there's a lot that doesn't work the same way that it would on flat ground, for instance. Whoops. Yeah, and there's this huge delay, too, with the throw that you have to account for. Crouch and throw helps. Maybe. Too bad there's no ground here for me to just pick up a snowball. That's a good point, actually. Although you do get bunched up a little bit close when you try to do it that way. Seems to be a slight improvement. We can consider that. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I mean, but the snowballs can't be taken through the pipe anyway, right? But that would have been funny if they could be, and we would just use that to nuke everything as you go. Or at least get you through a couple of bullets initially. I'll just assume you chose snow because of the music and because the background is pleasant. I mean, not even the music, because you're listening to SMB2 music the whole time, right? But because the snowfall is pleasant, it gives you actually a pretty clear visual cue for some of what you're doing. Oops. Yeah, even the basic jumps are being a problem here, simply because the momentum is what it is. Yeah, I mean, it's very visually clear. You don't want to do this in something like the airship theme where the camera is bobbing up and down the whole time. Nope, not enough space. You do want to stack a few that are up high simply because the bullets do get higher. So it's like the level kind of expects that you will have a little bit of stacking going on past the first few, because you need to be able to reach the higher ones. But we'll see. Yeah, past a certain point, everything is up high by a couple rows. Nope. I keep thinking I'll have more time to make that. We should actually just back up and do a high jump into that. But yeah, crouching and throwing is probably a good idea. We tell ourselves to do things and then we forget. Nope. Anyway. Oh, whoops, no. We don't want to crouch and then hit dash again to pick up, of course. Yeah, these hitboxes do require a little bit of caution. Oops. But it's not the hitboxes so much as the momentum from the bullet ride that is just scrambling me here. Which is why jumps that probably look very easy on screen are just all going to the wrong place. Yeah, you see, because there's this forward movement to the bullets that we're not compensating for after the pickup kills the momentum, and it's leading to a lot of misses. Sure, we'll do that. Stack nice and early. Nope. Yeah, you see? We're just missing completely. I have to be careful when I crouch jump, like I said, because if you reacquire the dash button too early, you pick up the floor. It's not so pleasant. But whoops, no, too close. The speed of the level itself slows you down too, yeah. In that you are adjusting around the auto-scroll. Okay, we need to steadily make our way up. Whoa, nope, too close. We do want to create a bit of a pyramid like that, but we'll have to see. Yeah, it's a fun concept. Definitely the execution requirement looks easier than it actually is. There's a lot of trickiness here to get through as you're playing. But we're fairly precise about our drops. Do Nope, missed it. Oops. That's okay, we'll try to see how much there is. I mean, we're not very far along. There's going to be a little more to get through. Oh, there's the ground right there, actually. So I should have watched a timer at that point. I didn't see what it was in the clock, but if we know where we are on the clock, we kind of know how much there is before we hit ground. That was definitely the best try so far. Just need to be very deliberate about dropping these objects. And crowding yourself too much. Creating some more platforms. Yeah, I really like these create your own platform mechanics. I've seen some levels like that before with cows and the like, but this is definitely a very interesting spin on the concept. Yeah, we're totally bunched up on the side now, though. It's funny because I think we missed one. We missed one. It was the one pickup that we didn't get. We actually totally could have done this. No, because there was one pickup that I just didn't manage to get because it went off the left side, but... Or maybe it was the one that hit me. Although, no, the one that hit me I definitely would have bounced on. I think I actually did miss one pickup. But at least we know what we're in for. And how much space we have to work with. So yeah, when it comes together, it really comes together. Yeah, you kind of have to really stand still on the drop too and just not move out of it too quickly until the bullet has completely finished moving. And the drops have been much safer ever since I adjusted my method for that. Whoops. I say that just as I take a tumble. And basically, as soon as you drop it, you kind of have to take a moment to just hold still and not move until it's in place, so you can see exactly where its final location is going to be. It's very tempting to just impulsively move right away, right? Like I just did. So I think this is looking clearable. We just need to apply a bit more finesse. And a little bit of patience in the right places. Yeah, you just drop, stop, and roll, apparently. Try to move forward a little bit. Not forward there, of course. I thought it was going to drop on top that time, so we estimated that poorly. But generally, if you just kind of pick up and then freeze in place, and, you know, don't adjust your vertical position as you're falling, you should be able to drop safely. Yeah, I wonder if the clear condition could be relaxed slightly and if this level would still work as well. It's fine, we'll go for it. You're saying you might eventually make a sequel with something to make it a wee bit harder. I think difficulty is okay. I mean, you might want to... some variety to it. A lot of it is that, you know, we had to kind of guess at what the concept was going to be, and it's simple enough that it's not hard to guess from just watching it, but... I mean, we figured it out pretty quickly, how this was going to go. Whoops. But definitely it's reliant on the player kind of guessing that the level is what it looks like, and playing into it accordingly. It's a really fun concept, though. Very unique. Yeah, if we hold still into the drop, we're safe every time, because we don't run into something as we're falling. No, we can't hold onto that side like that. And now we have a safe location on the left. Screen boundary. Now we can't even reach that. That was a problem. At that point, we actually should have just taken damage and started killing, because we were getting a bit crunched. So that's the risk with relying on a screen boundary to save you a bit. That eventually you just run out of room. You don't leave enough space on the left. So yeah, we just always kind of hold still into the drop. I don't think the hardest part is figuring out how the level works. I think that came together pretty quickly. I think it's a lot of adjusting around the many things that are happening in the play space. You know, dealing with the auto-scroll, dealing with the delay on the pickup, the weird collisions that can occur with the hitbox when rolling these into place. And just breaking a lot of mechanical habits that you normally would have from standard platforming. We're considering adding a red bullet bill around the end. Yeah, that would be interesting. But wouldn't it... I mean, it wouldn't count towards the same clear condition, though, right? Like, red bullets, wouldn't they register separately? That's okay, it might still be an interesting twist to have a damage source for when you're finished building. Oh, nope. I thought I was going to fall gracefully that time. That was not the case. Oh, red and black are in the same category. That's right, that's right. I haven't looked at clear condition mechanics in a while. Okay. This is looking good. We need to stay to the left, of course, because we can't ride on something as it's moving towards a bullet. Running a little low in space here. Yeah, the thing is, it's very tempting to just kind of hang right to fall onto a bullet below you, but that's almost always a mistake. The whole trick is to hold still as you're doing the pickup, because that minimizes momentum complications. Okay, that's a little tight on the left. I feel like it's going to get me into quite a bit of trouble. We're out of space. Yeah, way out of space. Well, let's see how we're doing here. And at this point, you know, we have too much going on the left, and this is going to be a problem again. Better pick something up than pick a path, yeah. Exactly. Okay. Yeah, we want to kind of run into a position that we want. Hold still and drop. Leave some space. Oh, too late. Almost. At this point, we're going to run into some trouble with some bullets being unreachable. Not careful. Okay. Let's try to see if we can do it. This might actually be salvageable from this point. I don't think we outright missed one yet. Nope, we're going to miss that one. And don't have enough height. Yeah, if we make sure that we have some higher bullets to jump on. That could have actually been the attempt. That could very well have been it. Even if we're not intentionally taking the hit there, but we're late enough that was very much doable. We just didn't hit the bullets in a very good sequence. Because some of the last ones that come out are placed so high. Oh, no. Oh, there's that problem with running side to side and running into that sub-pixel collision. Yeah, no, I know about that issue because it was the same thing that I ran into some time ago when I was making a level with thwomps that were kind of stacked side to side and had a lot of movement that you couldn't really traverse them smoothly all the time without tripping up on some kind of sub-pixel damage box. Yeah, because it might look like the bullets are making a flat platform next to each other, but... Oh, we forgot the mushroom. But sometimes when you walk side to side, you're actually detected as running into its face. And it's basically imperceptible. You have to be extra careful when you're just running between two that look like they're in the same place. I mean, the whole bottom row is neatly aligned and shouldn't be a problem. I was trying to get out of there quickly and it didn't. Yeah, I hope you folks still stuck in the queue don't mind that I'm taking my time with this one, because we are close, and it's been pretty satisfying to put together. So... not a great placement. A little too tight. We want a little more on the middle row here in case we have to start jumping. Just so we can get more going. At least all of the bullets are in a high position at this point. Okay. This might do it. Yep, we got it. I had to make sure I left enough room to hit any high bullets that were still coming at the end there, and as you can tell, it was a very close thing with that second hit that we took. Alright, thank you for that. That was a fun concept. Very, very flexible. Difficult in some very unexpected ways, and thank you for offering me first clear, too. Oh, that was fun to watch. You just noticed someone could get stuck where that pipe is. Oh yeah, probably. I guess you'll have to clear check it again. And alright, let's keep going. A Matrix Jumper is definitely here, so let's put you in. Thank you so much for waiting very, very patiently. You've been here for hours, it seems. Precision Fission. Didn't think I'd beat this level. Minute 47 on the world record for this speed run. We'll see how that's going to look. Oh, okay. Doesn't look too bad so far. Okay. I was wondering what that was going to be. Because it was going to give me something, I just didn't know where. Yeah, it's a little visually noisy to look at. But then, it's because, I think partly, because there's no ground under the platforms where there could very well be ground, but... Okay, that does come as a bit of a surprise, although we knew something was coming. Now, how would you do this? Because it looks like you're supposed to go up, but then... what would you? Oh no, that block over there is just for the drop. That's entirely for the drop. That's nothing that we need to use or worry about. Yeah, that's a little bit blind over here. Because it's a bit of a leap of faith. You can't see what's going on. Do we want to catch the stars? Yes, we do. Oh, no, we're gonna lose. We're gonna die. Just by a small margin. Oh, whoops. That was a looking at chat death, actually. That does happen. Kind of things that only happen to you once you start streaming. That was not a looking at chat death, that was looking straight into Spike and standing a bit too close death. That also happens. Okay, here we go. And let's keep going here. Yeah, it's completely blind, this one. It's at least a generous landing, but you definitely can't see that coming. Okay, fall in, just in time. And we'll... probably should ground pound cancel through some of these columns instead of doing this wall slide, but that's okay, we've got lots of time until the next star. Doing too many wall slides as we fall, actually. Anyway, that's going to drop you into the subworld, and then in the subworld we're going to see more stars. Okay, we got time. Not that tight a margin, actually. Just, you need to read all these spikes. Then, oh, okay, that's a problem. Almost. Then this is going to obstruct a little bit. Then, luckily the audio cue is really quite clear about when you're in the danger zone. Okay, just in time as it was about to expire. Oh. There we go, that was close. Except that's a trap, yeah. That's alright, that was a bit of a desperation play anyway, because we knew that time was running out. It would have been nice to have a ground column on either side of that to prevent the camera scroll from being quite so aggressive. Because it doesn't change the platforming, it just makes everything, you know, look less dizzying. Because actually a lot of the platforming design here in terms of the maze layout is pretty reasonable and quite well timed in terms of the actual strictness of a requirement. It's just that because it's all the one-tile spikes, which are the ugliest element of the game, the player has to, you know, get through a certain hideousness first to really engage with it. And a lot of that can be mitigated sometimes just with, you know, some improvements to the camera and some other things. Yeah, it is very, very playable, apart from, you know, some locations that are a bit blind the first time you see them. Like, actually a lot more fun than it looks, because I think you know very well it looks pretty hideous, but... Okay. I'm biased against one-tile spikes, though. I'm not fond of them, and it's kind of too bad that, like, even Nintendo officially has succumbed to that as well. There are a couple of Wonder levels that use them. Which I guess gives us a preview of what the spikes will look like in the Wonder style when it eventually becomes a reality. But still, you know, they normally do better than that. Oh, nope. Fell into that. I knew that was a trap, and I just didn't manage to make that jump. That's alright. Okay. Let's get through here. Yeah, we can do fewer wall slides. We're in much better shape all around. Of course, ground pound cancels aren't doing much for me either over those distances. Anyway, down and through. Look at the ugliest level in Wonder. Yeah, probably. Because it's a very pretty game. It's just that, you know, why did they make such a pretty game and put one tile spikes in it? Anyway. But even in Maker 1, I always thought that both the one-tile spikes and the one-way panels actually felt a little bit off-brand in terms of the visual design, even though functionally they kind of needed to be there as course elements. Okay, here's the trap. Oh, no, almost. We just stumbled a bit on that jump. I knew the trap was coming, so I was being extra cautious there, and it turned out to be too cautious. Whoops. That was silly. Alright, let's get through this. Okay. Alright, let's go through here. Generally not having too much trouble with the timings star to star, unless we really kind of trip over something. Yeah, you don't know why they don't do the triangle spikes, huh? I'll visualize that when I'm able to. Right now we're too busy staring at all of these ones. Oh, that's a little slow in terms of timing. That's going to be a problem. Maybe. Almost. Oh, too much time wasted. That crap over there. Yeah, the trick is if you hear the expiry about to happen and you are down a one tile column, you just kind of let go directionally and fall in. Okay, good. And we don't know what's coming, so we just keep going, and we know that this level is going to pull some stuff on us every now and then. Okay, got it.
Made it.
It looks like every stereotype of an ugly, endless level, but it's actually really playable. A little bit blind in some places, but the maze was well laid out, and I could tell that despite the little star trap there in what is thankfully a small level. Yeah, I can definitely see why this is multiplayer versus as well, especially with all the mutual collisions that happen in Maker 2. Actually, yeah, given all the tight corridors and some of the timing requirements of the stars, that would be, well, interesting. Sun Gold is definitely here. Thank you so much for staying for so long. I appreciate your patience. Thank you for the level, Matrix. Alright, Sun Gold, let me know if it's the latest one that you want to see or if it's something else. Recreation of Mega Man 2 Metal Man. Yeah, let's just start at the top. You probably want to see the most recent creation, so. It's been long enough since I played Mega Man 2 that the layout will be fresh for me. So I would have last played it well over a decade ago, I think. Anyway, let's grab the flower. No, we shouldn't have done that. No. Shouldn't have done that either. Okay, we just need to fall into this, and then... Oh. Hang on. We're just not being very cautious. Okay, let's tap this quickly. And play around up here for a bit. I think we'd already seen everything though, just a 50 coin. Why don't we just let this go up first and like a sensible person? Whoops. Be careful with the conveyor. Yeah, here, of course, you know, you can't necessarily see the platform and the camera on your way in, but that's alright. Not many options but to fall in at that point. And then this is, yeah, this is obviously meant to be the, you know, extra life Mega Man head. Oddly enough, I do kind of remember this part of the layout. So yeah, it's been a very, very long time, but I actually do vaguely recognize some of the locations here. Even though with Mega Man, of course, you're kind of going screen to screen. Classic series. One of my panels should make this jumpable. Let's not risk that. It'd have to be pretty exact. Pretty exact, actually. It can't be that. You have to climb down. There's no way. Yeah. No, you just climb down. Yeah, I'm not making that. Oops. But then there are more platforms down there. Yeah, we just fall in between. This makes me think of the Quickman beams, actually, all the time. What if we have a big vertical descent? Yeah, last time I revisited the series was quite a long time ago. I did play 11 when it came out. I was very impressed with 11, in fact, even though there were a few things near the end game that were really a little bit unfinished. But, oops. Anyway, and this, of course, is entering the boss room. So let's see it. As this traps you below. Oops. And then we're going to totally blow this. Hang on. And this being Mega Man will respawn right here, so long as we have one of our few remaining lives. available. There goes my Mega Buster, gone already. Yeah, Ludwig's projectiles are definitely something to work around. Oops. That's okay. Yeah, better to stay back and shoot the way that Mega Man actually does. I do see the spike there as lock protection for people who just triggered a lock and lose from there. Oh, no. Trying to sneak a second hit there while we had invincibility frames, but that was not happening. Yeah, we should have just fired at him indiscriminately. That's okay, we'll do it this way. And it works as long as we just get out safely. Bit untidy, but we made it. Grab a few one-ups for Endless, and that's it. Yeah, thank you for that. Very well laid out in terms of translating Mega Man into the continuous Mario spaces. Love what you did with the vines and the semi-solids. And the thumbnail, for that matter. Have to make a note of that for sure. And thank you once again for submitting. Alright, let's see who's still here among those remaining in the queue. Nuotix, if you're still here. Try to figure out who's here. I think they're long gone, so let's just clear one at a time. Let me pull up the list just so we know what we're in for. Aaron BSC, I know, kind of dipped in and out at least once. We'll check for it. And the next, but I think they're also long gone. They kind of missed a call earlier and then came back and requeued, and then I think they left again. So it may, and I know Drop Drip left a while ago. Drop Drip was, I think, a little bit grouchy about not a level that was being played, and then just dipped out. So I think Diablo Style, you are actually the only one left today. So we'll get to you, and that may be the only one we have time for. So we'll see. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, Drop Drip, I believe, is long, long gone. And yeah, I had a few levels in a row that were long waits today, so I don't blame people for having to dip out. And thank you so much for the follow, SimCold. Let's take a look at what Diablo Style has for us. And yeah, we will likely not have time for more after this one today, but thank you once again to everybody who submitted. And we'll see how this goes. Diablo's a one-way ticket. Very new upload, 50 seconds, and many trouble. Can you survive it? Well, not too many plays on it so far, so the fact that it's uncleared isn't going to tell us much. But we'll see. Luca, if time zone allows it, you got a final check for that door level. Yes, the Knock Knock level, right? I would actually love to finish on that if I get through this quickly. Because I know you're pretty close to release at this point, right? 47 seconds. We do need to do this quickly. It's a bit noisy, but we'll need to learn it. Yeah, if you don't know the developer path, and particularly with the clear condition to grab a 1-up, I think it's going to be a bit of a tall order. 1-up. And then now how do we get to the ending? We haven't seen the passage to the ending yet. There is a left arrow up top that seems relevant to something. Possibly we need to fall into that key door. We don't have a key. Okay, so we'll puzzle out where the key is. We'll worry about the 1-up after we find the key. Let's figure out who has the key first. Bottom right looks like it's it. Yeah, Diablo Style. I mean, part of the playtest is that, you know, you have to see how I'm going to read this. So, You see the pipe on the bottom right, so I wonder what the key door is relevant for. Because of the time constraint, we do need to explore a little bit before we can do things in sequence. Now we know where the 1-up is, we know where the key door is. We can basically brave our way through some of the visual noise and puzzle this out bit by bit. There is a question block there that can be hit with a shell. We don't know what that's going to get me, but it's not a key though. It is a bomb. The bomb will blow up the block. I wonder if that's going to release an obstruction or something though. You know, if the block opens up room for a 2x2 to come out. We'll have to make it over there, because if we don't spawn the bomb, I wonder if we can enter the pipe all the same. Yeah, we need to stop running into that spike, obviously. We currently don't know who's going to hold the key. We have to do it in 50 seconds. That's not going to be very clear. Then, well, we'll see, because that's going to spawn the bomb. But we have to make it over there safely in the first place, which is quite a bit harder than making it up to that question block with the 1-up, simply because there's just so much going on down here. With the fire on a track especially cutting me off quite a few times. Yeah, there are places to land safely, it's just that we have to really watch where we're going. And if we land on the skull, obviously that's going to throw me off a little bit. It seemed like I'd successfully dispensed with a shell that time, that we just didn't have to deal with it. Oh, no more fire down below. Didn't see that coming. Yeah, so there is a very late Podoboo that comes up in that location, by the looks of it. Oh, actually it's been there the whole time, we just weren't watching it accurately. Let's leave the Koopa for a moment. Not get cut off by too many platforms. We should have just left a shell, actually. Let's just leave the shell in case... Because I feel like the bomb that comes out of the question block isn't going to give you anything interesting, because... Unless you're supposed to pick up the bomb to bomb something else. Which I also don't see. Because it looks like it's the kind of thing where you're baited into blowing that square apart, so you... Hang on, I need to get down from here. It looks like you're being baited into blowing that square apart, so something like a 2x2 is going to come out of the pipe and block you. Getting down to the right is actually going to be enough of a challenge to begin with. Because from a platforming perspective, it's not trivial. There is going to be a little more fire down there as well. Oh, we spawned it. Yeah, right now the main thing is that we're searching for the key. We already have the 1-up for the clear condition. Or at least we know where it is. With a P-switch or something... Let's say you get into the other room and hit a P-switch or something, and then you... I can see with a conveyor over Boom Boom that potentially there's something like a conveyor blaster idea. But then P-switch would also freeze the conveyor on top of eliminating all the blocks, so... I'm just kind of visualizing what it could be if, say, Boom Boom is holding the key, or... Given this shape of this level, it might be something more obscure than that. Like perhaps having to outwardly kill the Koopa in the shell. It's entirely possible that maybe it's just a Koopa in the shell holding the key, right? Yeah, we need to ride this out to the right. Nope, that's gonna hit. If we hadn't launched the shell that time, we would have made it across. Well, because the blue skulls are moving quite quickly, and so if you're jumping it all around there, you're likely to get caught up by them. We should just not activate them in the first place. That probably would have been a smarter thing to do, but... but I always have this habit of just jumping on them. Even if we know we shouldn't. But yeah, it's easier if we don't activate them. We just land in the middle of this. Much calmer, in fact. Oh, whoops, on a spike. Remember, there's quite a lot going on too with the screen shake and with various glitch effects and all that, so... Definitely not trivial just to make a simple series of jumps over to the right side, but let's deliberately skip the skull platforms. They don't give me anything useful, really. There's no reason to jump on them. Now, I don't know if we will eventually need the bomb for something. We'll figure it out. Also, that's the first time we activated a blooper. I hadn't seen that before. Because there was a block that we hadn't hit previously. Yeah, it's right above here. The shell is actually meant to bait you into it. Hang on. Not really even making that gap in a standard way. Okay. Let's get over here. There's more fire. And more fireworks. And there's a big stun lock on the top right. We need to watch out for that now that we're within range of it. So, I wonder if... Well, we needed the Koopas to go a bit lower, obviously. Or we could just swim below and see from a scouting perspective where that's going to go. But if that takes you to... It's not going to take you to the ending because it's in a subworld. So maybe that takes you to the key or something. I have to wrap around pretty quickly to come back here. Now we are tight on time, but we do have to get over there to see what's lying in wait. Okay, now... Yeah, because I'm seeing... Boom Boom there, and... Of course, right now, yeah, let's not hit everything. If we can see what's in the bottom right room, then we can have a better idea of what we're aiming for. Obviously, you know, the one thing we know is absolutely going to be necessary is that clear condition. So we know that, we know the key door, but we don't know where that leads us, where that's matched. So let's go over here. And then, yeah, we need the Koopas to come back down for a moment. Spring over there. Ooh, so you do need them to be pretty high. Don't tell me I need to take a shell with me for a shell jump over in that location, because it looks kind of like I do. In order to gain enough height. It seriously looks like a shell jump spot, but... Well, we know we'll need to get up above that column in order to do anything. That's pretty time sensitive. Yeah, so don't necessarily know if I'll clear it, but we'll try to see as much as we can. Just try to go immediately. Too late. No, if you jump on a Koopa in that high location, you should actually be able to make it over, but it's a little dependent on when you spawn it in, that's the thing. So, it can be hard to see. Oh, whoops, that got my way. Yeah, we really have to break this habit of activating the blue skulls. Whoops. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a key path of some sort, but then we'd have to make it back over that, which might be just a... Well, I mean, we don't know where anything goes in this level so far, so just a whole lot of guesswork. One up was easy to locate, at least. This little corner here has been a nuisance. Okay. Oh, yeah, I knew about that one too. That just got in my way. Okay. Yeah, we need to do everything a little faster, obviously. Because if you don't know exactly what to do, that might be additional timing check here too. Oh no, we have to stop activating that. Okay, let's try to make it in. And let's wait for the fire to come out for a moment. When we do the real thing, obviously we'll have to go a bit faster. That's this little corner here. That's such a problem. Whoops. Screen shake does throw me off quite a bit, but well. Let's see what we can manage. Alright. Here we are. You know what? That would have made it. We just need to pull back a little bit. But then we would need to throw the string onto the donut block. So if that path leads to the exit, then we would just need to stitch things together and grab the one up first. But then I don't know what the key door is doing. Because if that is a path simply to a key, I don't know where the exit for it will be. But yeah, if you go right away and have a really good ledge jump, you can clearly make it over to Koopas. You pick up the springs towards donut blocks. 4 seconds. Go right off the edge. Then toss. Oh, that's gonna be a little bit precise. And then there's another pipe exit over there that takes you back into the main world, which then likely gets you over to the exit. We'll have to check that first, but I don't know what the path is currently, and until I see it, I don't know if it's worthwhile to grab the one up first. There's the added risk of doing so, since you would need to cross everything here in the middle. Because then that would make the key door completely extraneous, right? And that's suspicious. Okay. It's gonna be a little bit tricky. Yeah. Nope, hang on. Oh, that's a problem. Hard to do. That is true. You know what? I wonder if we can swim under the spike. Then we wouldn't be able to reach that green pipe later. We're definitely burning way too much time here. Oh. Just ignore the fire. Yeah, this jump is absolute murder. Oops, nope. Nope, this is obviously a wall, yeah. I just didn't know it was going to trick me out with how this was put together. I mean, if we can make that jump, we're obviously in much better shape. And then we know where the one-up mushroom is, so that simply adds a little bit of time. We can do this bit efficiently. So we can get through here in just a few seconds, for instance. Not this. Yeah, this... I actually think that we shouldn't have it from here. We should maybe drop it into lower level, because the extra 2 tiles of height... Yeah, the donut block is a bit of a trap there. That's actually a distraction. We shouldn't take it. We should leave the donut block in... not the donut block, the spring... in its former platform on the left. Putting in a donut block doesn't give me an easy entry at all, so... we shouldn't bother with it. Because the curve of that jump just will not cooperate. Oh, whoops. Sent myself a little too far to the left. But if we do that efficiently, we can do that bit in a few seconds, and then... basically, we can see what's in that second green pipe. With a fair amount of time remaining, then... we can... whoops. Just weave in the mushroom into this pattern. Then... figure that out accordingly. Oh. Yeah, this spike placement combined with this corner there has caused so many problems. Nope. I knew that was a trap. But obviously the next green pipe is going to get us back into the main world, and then we'll see what that actually gets us. 43 on the clock. Nope. Really had to go right off the edge. But yeah, we need to scout out that green pipe, and then do everything else from there. Oh, whoops. Fell right off. That's okay. Well, if we hadn't drowned, that would have been okay, because we just go back through the pipe and redo it. Which is what we should have done. Accidental vine cling there. I'm not expecting to get a first clear, but... yeah, I feel like the bomb is definitely a trap. Okay. Whoops. We're at least getting used to some of the placements here. We are learning it bit by bit. But if our timing is even just a little bit off, sometimes it does throw off some of my expectations for where things are placed and how things are going to go. Oh. Yeah, too bad about that ledge jump. It is a bit tricky. And of course, the pattern that we have for eventually going for the one-up mushroom first, if we have to do it first, is going to be a bit different from how I'm jumping currently, so a lot of this progress could be meaningless. Yeah, I think we place it here. That's better in theory, but we'll need to get on that donut block so we can have enough room to jump towards the pipe on the other side. Maybe we shouldn't bother changing the placement of the spring. But no, it looks like that can get us over at this point. It's just that we need to land accurately after that without hitting the spike column, which is going to be a bit tricky. Oh, whoops, no. And that's okay, we'll totally fail to reset. Yeah, we'll have to eventually learn the pattern for getting the one-up mushroom safely and coming back down. But if we just do it through the central vine, that's hopefully not too much of a problem. We just need to learn this segment first, though. Just so we know what we're doing. Again, the edge jumps have not proven to be my speciality here. Oops. We'll put in a couple more attempts. Oops. But we're still, you know, making some progress in navigating this, so still lots to do. This is a slow way, but that's okay. Only by a margin of a couple of seconds. Nope. Yeah, you have to be hitting a very exact intended timing there to make that work. Oops, no. Okay. Full jumps all over? No, it's really tight. This bit here. It probably just feels tight to me because I'm not very accustomed to making accurate ledge jumps, but that's just going to be the weakness here that we have to deal with. Okay, so let's place this carefully. Then, nope, missed it. You have to land on a donut block, and you use the donut block to get over to the pipe. I just want to see what's there at this point. And of course, you know, we still need the mushroom for the clear condition. It's just that we don't know whether it's going to be an exit or a key or what. Because the key door might just be bait at this point. Nope. Pulled back a little too much. Probably could have made it. Then, oh. Here we go. A little bit close, but... Okay, let's hop until we know the flames are all out of the way. That's an awe. Further than usual. Yeah, I know that we would need the mushroom first, even if we did try to do it that way. But it gives me a good sense of time that if we get to the pipe with about 20 seconds on the clock, that's actually pretty generous, depending on how much there is in the next segment after that. Because the mushroom is not too bad, actually. And if it goes down, as long as we drop down safely, we have a chance at it. I mean, we can try to do the mushroom path just to see how it's going to go. Let's just drop in again, drop into the middle, then you can at least prove how to do it like this. So we can get through here with 33 remaining, with the mushroom intact. Oh, that jump is not going to go. I could see that was going to be a problem. But the thing is that we can get in there with 33 seconds. That actually is enough time to get to the green pipe with the mushroom. I don't know if that's going to be the actual clear path, because, you know, you've got this little key door problem here. But if that is the path, and if the key door is just a distraction, then it looks doable. But we'll see, because there's quite a lot to work out about this. And of course, we kicked a shell. That's a huge problem, because it leads to some issues with the door. And we'll try to fall in, down. Okay. And then we can get in here with 32 seconds. Let's try to get the edge jump. Then we drop this. And then... nope. Yeah, we need to fall pretty accurately. But if that's the way to do it, then... I mean, we'll see, you know, what kind of control mechanic there is at the, whoops, end of that section, but yeah, that's okay. Even if we don't clear it, I feel like we've made a reasonable number of discoveries here that have revealed much of the internal structure here. Right, let's fall in, down. Then, and now we wait for some of the flames that we can visualize, and then through here with 33 again. That's still on par with how we've been doing. Okay, now this is the moment of truth here. We need to wait for the flames to get me into this position. Now, here's the thing. I don't know how to defend against that. Whether we have to just wait in position or what, because obviously the parachute's going to make the flames sway back and forth, so I think maybe I just need to hold still and let them sway. If I'm dying to that bit repeatedly in the end screen, I'm probably not going to spend too long figuring it out. I wonder if the key door actually is a valid alternate path. Because there clearly is like a left side path that's visible there. The second room is a hidden start. Yeah, if it's a hidden start, I really doubt we're going to find it. If that's what's required, because it looks like, you know... I don't really have an idea of where that could be. And... I mean, we can try to research that briefly. But I doubt I will get to clear if we have a pretty significant additional item hunt ahead of us. I feel like we made pretty reasonable progress, actually, that we had discovered quite a lot of information about what to do. We know, for instance, now that the key is probably just a distraction. The key door, rather, is not actually relevant. We just needed to see that with our own eyes at the end here. So this will obviously not be a clear attempt because we're not going for the mushroom, but... because I'm not really seeing a place for a star to be located that is reachable for me in that segment. Yeah. Unless it's, you know, off a donut block or something, but there's nothing that's a natural candidate for where a star will be. In a way that we can reach and come back safely. Because where could it possibly be, right? We're going to try to land our way into the pipe once, and I'm going to probably exit. Because let's say we hold still, I think we just die. Yeah, it just dunks on you. I don't think we're going to find it. One-way ticket. I'm looking at everything here on the left side as well. Yeah, because hidden star, yeah, it's not going to happen. But I think that was a fair series of attempts. Hopefully you do see it clear at some point. I'm just looking at how this is laid out. In case it reveals anything. You can see how the key doors are matched, actually, that there is a key route. If you know how to get the key, that would then have you pass a separate series of obstacles. Approaching the goal from the left, and maybe that's necessary. Maybe the whole right side path is just bait. Unless, of course, there really is a star, as you're telling me. But, of course, if we couldn't find the key either, then there's definitely more hidden information here. I felt like we learned a lot about the layout, though, and we saw a good chunk of it, so hopefully that was still entertaining to watch. Thank you for submitting. Okay, Luca, if you're still here, we'll do the playtest, but that's all we're doing. Since I know that having played that one previously, things should go comparatively quickly. So, Luca, if you're still here, just let me know, and we'll take a look at that. Yeah. And, I'm sure I can just bring you up in my list or something. Just one moment, then. Yeah, just let me know when you want to put the upload in. And we'll definitely just finish on this today. And because I know I've done it before, I think it should be quick. I don't remember what state of completion it was in last time. But I do remember the concept was excellent. So, let's take a look at this, and that'll be our ending today. Yeah, this is from a Super World that's coming fairly soon, as far as I know. By fairly soon, I mean take your time. Sometime this year will be fine. Mostly busy with Maker 1 for the next few months anyway. Knock knock, who's there? It's me, Luigi. Now then, we pop in a whoop. Nope, let's redo this. I know I'm supposed to go right on it, but we just missed. There we go. Then we're going to land on that guy again. In a certain sequence, it's going to be bump on this one here, here, and go. Then, when we respawn, we'll have a whole sequence coming out of this. We go left. Oh, and then, yeah, the second bounce on this guy. That's right. Whoops. And Red Knight, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Okay, let's bounce over here. Is there potential cheese with the big mole there? Sorry, that was looking at chat death. Do you mean with the big mole in this first location or in the second location? In terms of being able to shortcut it later on, I'll take a look at that. I haven't been looking at the cheese potential too carefully here. You mean with this guy? In terms of bouncing him over? I don't think so, because you can't go over the Muncher with a jump. You can't really get around under the Muncher with a jump. So the one-way panels are going to constrict it. I think even if you're trying to go through this slot here, I don't think you'll make it through the corner. Maybe. Actually, maybe this is a shortcut if you launch the big mole and then... But he's still bound to the Muncher here, so he's not walking yet. But it seems like it's probably an intentional shortcut, right? If you are looking at it closely. Yeah, by now I've seen enough of Mang and Lucas' style to know that intentional shortcuts to make everything doable on first cycles are going to be a fairly common thing. We totally messed that up. Let's look at this. Yeah, it would be very tricky to execute, but it looks like it is a speed path, potentially. Oh! But we actually do need to hit those blocks, because hitting those blocks would allow me to get the second mole into position. That was not clear to me at first, but then now that we see the mole positioning plus the block, maybe it is. Because now we do it like this. Okay. E block, and then stack's gonna go up. And then you hit the P-switch. P-switch, you enter the door, and then that door matches with a stack up high. I wonder if I need to... let's see here. Hold to the right? No, hang on. Maybe it is just hold right. And then you bounce over. Then, over here. And then down. Okay, and then that's a slide, just to remind you that the slide exists. And then it's going to be donut block dropping towards that door, which is then going to send you over here. You hit this one. And then you... Oh. Panel. Oh, right, and then you re-enter, and then you drop out on that side, yep. Oh, whoops, too slow. Oh, whoops, no. Bounce it properly. Just need to wrap around a little bit quicker to get donut block to drop. Then we'll bounce up high this way. Whoops, a little bit low. Alright, let's go down this way. There we go. And then we got Boom Boom. Then, yeah, we kill Boom Boom for the key, or rather we... Well, I don't know if we want to kill him right away, but unlocking the key door would, of course, just make the door stay unlocked. Then, from that point, you would bounce like that, and then Hang on. Think about this, because if you go up, then you can wrap around on the left side. Now, why would you want to do that? Because if you bounce with Yoshi, then you just toss Yoshi over here. I was hoping to land Yoshi on top of the Munchers with better momentum, because then that way you could just bop and boom boom and wrap around, and you would need Yoshi to grab the spike ball. What's the spike ball? Yes, because you drop here and then you grab it on the left. Yep. Oh, missed it. Nope. Be a little faster on the tonguing. There we go. And then you just walk boom boom over, probably, right? Oh no, he gets stuck on a slope, doesn't he? So what you do is you just do the spit, and then... Oh, whoops. My mistake. No, you get out of the door, you jump off boom boom, you spit to the right side. And thank you so much for the follow. And I know I've played this before, but I had to orient myself a little bit here. Okay, so yeah, the spike ball is in a pretty clear position, just giving you Yoshi initially. Then, at this point, we bounce left, grab the spike ball, then bounce right, do it again. Very nice little puzzle fight. Then, can we exit with Yoshi? It would be nice, but... Well, you just jump off Boom Boom and you should be able to do it. Hang on. Or maybe not. Alright, fine, we'll just do it this way. Oh, spike ball. Too late. My mistake. I guess we'll... Love to skin. Just trying to figure that out with Yoshi. Anyway, let's get on to the donut block. Whoops. Not on the side. Let's redo it. A little prone to mistakes today. Yeah, I wonder if you can kind of beat that first mole to that position where you have to slide into him. Anyway, wow, still a little bit low. Really do need to hang left on that. Just hold left with the utmost confidence. Whoops. Let's go down here. Enter. Here we go. Okay, anyway, let's kill him again. Grab the spike ball. Yeah, I don't think we can get high enough without doing some extra door knocking. And let's just exit. And we've seen the top right before, so... Okay, I hope that was a useful test. I mean, I don't really know what was tweaked from the last time, to be honest. Most things were pretty familiar to me, even though we had to relearn a few things along the way. But still a very satisfying puzzle boss sequence. Boom boom there. Anyway, thanks so much for that, Luca. We do have to finish. So that'll be it. We'll pass you folks on to somebody else in just a moment. Thank you for everybody who... yeah, there was a whole new section. I'm trying to remember... no, yeah, I know there was the middle part that was something I had to learn and parse. Kind of just had to put it together slowly. Yeah, I think I know which section you're talking about. Now that I think back to it. Anyway, maybe it's a good thing that it seemed familiar enough just from the mechanic being very consistently used throughout, so. Thanks everybody for submitting today. Really interesting levels across the board, as usual. A lot of new people along the way as well. And a lot of very patient makers who waited an eternity to get played. Very happy to see all of you here. We'll be back for more. We have been starting to do Maker 1 on the midweek streams simply because the servers are going to be shutting down in a couple months and we want to cover what we can. So please come and hang out for that as well if you want to see some things that are no longer possible in Maker 2 and will not be possible at all. Actually, are already no longer possible in terms of new playable levels since the upload cutoff for Maker 1 was already years ago. Thank you for joining me. We'll pass you on to somebody else in a moment. And until we meet again at our next destination, until we meet again perhaps at the stream too, have a wonderful week ahead of you with everything you may be playing or watching or making. And as always, fare thee well.